to love, live, and be. Music provided by sourcevibrations.com.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is June the 25th. We have a great show planned for you. We are continuing with our series, The Real Pilgrams, the true story of immigrants coming to America. We are on part 34. So we have done 34 shows on this show. It's one of the series that I have highly enjoyed. The first one series, it's up there with me, with the creation story myths, which Brother Wendell and I did that, and we spent about a year on that. The second one was the Black nobility, the forgotten Black nobility. And now this one. So far, these are my top three. As usual, the audience, the family audience members, you all have brought so much to these series that is truly appreciated. All right, so I'm just going to give some quick shout outs to the YouTube family. Brother Scotty Saturn in the house. Brother Mark. I'm just going to call you Mark. You know I'm country with a K. I ain't got time to be trying to enunciate all of that. James in the building. I think I saw Tress in the building. Zaya, I think that's how you pronounce it. With the you said the T is silent. So peace and love on to you. I know Epic Soul is up in the building. So peace and love, family, and anyone else that I've missed in the chat. Peace and love to you, and welcome to you as well. The family callers are just getting in. So shout out to you as well. 646, I see you. And then 615. So the other folks will be coming in as well. So shout out to peace and love to Anthony in the YouTube chat as well. So with that said, let me give my source of references for this series. All right, we have quite a few. The first one, White Trash, the 400-year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. I would highly recommend you get this book in your collection, family. This lady dropped a lot of jewels. I mean, whew, chow. And shout out to Brother 832 because he was the one that recommended this book. I think he recommended it to me 3 times in passing. And knowing Brother 832, when he keeps recommending something, I stop and research it because I'm like, it must be the bomb for Brother 832 to keep referencing it. But yes, I highly, highly recommend, family, you get this book in your collection. It's so good that I slowed down reading it personally before the show because I straight up wanted to be surprised like you are surprised. It's so many jewels in here. So White Trash, the 400-year Untold History of Class in America by Nancy Eisenberg. This book needs to be in your collection, especially if you research hidden history, because what I found in this book, I can pretty much tie back the years worth of research that I have been doing. So shout out to the author, Nancy Eisenberg. The second book, Brother 832 said, Amazon, it ain't even on there no more, family. So I don't know if they ran out and they have to get some more, but they were white and they were slaves, the untold history of the enslavement of whites in America, in early America, by Michael A. Hoffman II. It's really a short book, about 100 and some odd change pages. And he's raw with it, y'all. He don't try to sugarcoat it or anything. He's very, very raw on the conditions of the quote, white indentured servants. Now, for the second time in this series, we are referencing, and tonight I'm going to reference 2 of this brother's books. This is another set of books. And I'm only encouraging you all to get this because books like these with this hidden history sometimes seems to magically disappear or are no longer in print. So I highly recommend that you get them while you can. They're not expensive at all. None of the books that I'm mentioning are expensive. These 2 books from this brother, I truly, truly love them both. Literally, this is the second time that I am referencing them in a series. They were the main source of reference point when we did The Forgotten Black Nobility. And it's by author Lee Cummings, The Negro Question Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies. And the other one is The Negro Question Part 4, The Missing Link. which we're going to go back to the part 4 one tonight to just put a little reminder on little things and tie it into what we've been discussing. Okay, family. So with that said, we are going to thought I saw sis press *6. You know we on this new system, so press *6 to let me know when you're ready to get in the queue. And then Brother Sean hasn't made it yet, so yeah, sis, I see you now, because I don't like to open your line if you're not ready. All right, sis, here I come. All right, I'm saying that. Come on. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Peace and love to you too, sis. I'm fine, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Same to you. Hey, family. Glad you're here. Love your input. Like to chat with you.
Yeah.
Brother Sean. Oh, don't forget Brother Sean. Hey, Brother Sean.
I don't see him in the queue yet. So, Brother Sean, when you get to the queue, press *6. Remember, we're on the new system. And because I might not see you down at the bottom as more people start to come in the queue.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sis, you're going to start off with, go ahead on with the fuckery. You know it's so much, as usual.
I was just sitting up here, a little bit before the show started, and I was thinking to myself, how many movements are we going to have?
Child.
They're trying to teach people to like you, like the DACA, the LGBTs, the Me Too movement, the Black Lives Matter movement. I mean, give us a break. I mean, seriously. If people don't like you, they just don't like you. But they want to go out there and show everybody, oh, we matter, everybody matters. And what happens is everybody gets low frequencies because they're fussing all the time. You can't have a decent conversation with anybody without fighting over a concept or an idea or a movement.
Right.
Because they're so wrapped up in the garbage.
Mm-hmm.
They're wrapped up in the garbage, and they're not focusing on themselves and making themselves a better person. If you make yourself a better person, you're going to rise above all that stuff. You're not going to want to go out there and protest and declare, I matter.
Right.
Well, make yourself matter to yourself first before you can matter to anybody else. So I'm really kind of tired of that. I also know that I'm so tired of the news. I have never in my life seen a president more hated than Donald Trump. That boy is hated. And the people are trying to tell all his business and coming out with all these books. And just because of the election.
Right.
Because they don't want him there anymore. And I just think that even Obama's coming out with his little snarly stuff. And I'm like, oh, wow, come on now. It's I guess it's life and death for them because there's a lot of unsealed indictments or sealed indictments or whatever you want to say. And a lot of people's names are on there that are saying all this stuff. And people are not informed to make good decisions because all this stuff is hid. And so and Biden's name is on one of those indictments for sedition. You know, I don't know if this is real or not, but a lot of people are on there for sedition and treason. And so what's it, Oprah Winfrey just went undercover, I guess, doing her thing. She done canceled all her stuff. So her name was on there as well. And there was rumors that they were out at her Florida estate, home, whatever, digging for bodies and all this kind of stuff. If we stop looking at the world according to the TV and just think there's little more than what you see in front of your face, you may get a chance to kind of rethink where you're going with your ideas. because
Right.
there's a lot in the forest, undercover, nasty stuff happening on this planet. You know, my dad once told me this was hell, and
I
I
agree.
I thought he was joking.
Right.
I he was joking. He this is really hell, and you really have to increase your frequency to get out of it.
Yep. Yep.
Because you're going to stay down here in the low densities of hell if you don't try to not emote and get involved with all the rhetoric and
Right.
junk that's on this planet. And I mean junk.
Yes,
because
it is.
You look at one person, you think they're nice, and they turn out to be the devil himself. You know, they're protesting about the man being dead, killed by the police, and they got all kinds of stuff where they show they were going to do it. They protesting, you know, in sorrow because of Kobe Bryant, and they got information that was already planned. I mean, I'm like, God, what is real? It's an illusion.
It
This
is.
place is an illusion.
Yes, it is.
And
Yes, it
so
is.
we as enlightened people who can listen to the truth need to listen and stop emoting. And I have a friend in Texas, and she wouldn't take my calls when I stopped listening to her talk about that Floyd stuff. And I'm like, whoa, give me a break.
Right.
I don't want to hear this stuff. Please.
Yeah, it's depressing. It's depressing.
It is.
And especially when you know that there's fuckery behind it. You're like, you know what? I got better things to do with my consciousness than argue with folks to try to put them up on game. You know, it's just not worth it. Sis, you're getting a lot of shout outs in the YouTube chat room. Sis Cheryl said peace and love to you, and peace and love, Sis Cheryl. And somebody else was like, yes. Oh, Scotty Saturn said yes, exactly, Sis Sandra. So you're getting a lot of shout outs in the YouTube chat.
To the family. You know, I know that since they are enlightened and they're not at that vibrating level, I'm sure they're dealing with the same stuff I'm dealing with.
Right.
And it's really wild. It's like, ugh.
Right.
Come on, you guys, wake up and smell the coffee. Look at the fact that you're in the lowest density of the universe, and that's Earth.
Right.
It's supposed to be paradise, but I can't see it.
Right.
But anyway, that's my take on it. And a lot of people are getting this Obama phone, and my son has one. I said, why would you get an Obama phone? And he said, he shrugged his shoulders, you know. And this is one of the things that Obama phone has on it or doesn't have on it, and that's the ability to share your videos and your information.
Oh, really?
Yes. I tried to use that phone to share a video that he has from what's his name, the rapper, about this George Floyd stuff, because he wanted to share it to people. I said, go ahead, I don't care. And I couldn't find the button anywhere to share that stuff.
Child.
So, no, that's their idea of controlling the media. And they want to do that with that global stuff.
And
so that phone is...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But
so that phone is very effective.
And I remember when that phone first came out, and in the quote hood, baby, they had people set up outside in tents to give away them motherfucking phones. But I'm gonna tell you something though, and not that I'm advocating for them at all, but the street folks that's in the street, they like, I'm not getting that motherfucking phone. They ain't finna track me. Woo. I fell all the way out. They ain't giving you shit for free. Something up with it. Da. Woo. I fell all the way out. So why
would they do that? Exactly. Why would they give you anything free? It has to be nothing behind it.
Right.
The government gives it free. Even the stimulus checks has an attachment to it.
Baby, let me tell you something. When you try to tell folk that they got to pay that back via filing taxes, you get cussed plumb the fuck out. Oh, no, you don't, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know, let me shut the hell up. That's your business, boo. You know, do you, blah, blah, blah. So, what are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? What are you going to do? All right. A good update, sis. Good. Go ahead on with the fuckery. All right, family. As usual, y'all, let me tell you something. I'm gonna go, and then when Brother Sean catch up, we'll let him have his say on it. With his go ahead on with the fuckery. Somebody in the YouTube chat room, and forgive me, baby, I think it's Rhonda, it's me, said, did we see the plasma coming up out the ground? So, Sweetie Pie, if that was you, please drop back up in the chat and give a little bit more info, because I got something for y'all tonight now. First of all, shout out to Brother Kalai. God damn it, he called it. He called it months ago about that red oxide dust. He fucking told y'all. He told y'all that it was coming. Also, Rap the News told y'all that it was coming. Rap the News said that in China, and he showed clips over in China where they had been wearing masks because of dust prior to Rona. So shout out to both of those brothers, but Brother Kalai was the first one that I heard talking about it. So now we minding our business, la da da dee 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 flee flee. And so now, you know, as Brother Sean reminded me of our elders using the term they in the mainstream media talking about what? Dust. This huge plume of dust that's right now over the Caribbeans, and it's about to hit the South real deep, and it's going to move all the way up to halfway through Midwest. Now, Brother Kalai did a little quick video, and he showed the pattern of that dust. It's also the same pattern of the Rona cases rising. And I'm doing that in quotes.
Oof.
But he fucking told y'all. He told y'all that. So yeah, Rona is definitely a virus, a bacteria, whatever the hell you want to call it. But I've always said it was a cover for a few little things. Of course, the economy crash and all that bullshit. But the pole shifts. So now they have no choice but to talk about this dust. So now, exactly, Epic Souls. That's what the masks are for. Exactly. Exactly. So now you will legitimately need them bitches. Now you will legitimately need the motherfucking mask. They was getting folk prepared for this motherfucking dust coming on the way. And it's red oxide dust from these additional solar system. I'm sorry, go ahead on, sis. You was trying to put something on it. Go ahead.
California has made it mandatory to wear a mask when you come out your house.
Oh, I didn't know they made it mandatory. I know some little town in Florida did too, and they cussing their ass out on the regular too.
Well, you know, I thought to myself, it's not for corona. I'm not wearing no mask for corona because there ain't no such thing. That's a chemical. But you know what? I read that dust is coming and it's going to hit Houston really hard.
Yeah.
Sometime this week coming up, And so it's worse than it ever has been.
Yeah.
And the Caribbeans are covered in it. But
Yeah.
so did you see this morning in the eastern sky a huge planet or a star over there? About 5-something in the morning.
What color was it, sis?
It was white from where I could see, but I saw, the other one I was telling you about that it was in the western sky. It was white with red and a little bit of blue.
Yeah. I got a picture to share with you all. Sis Cheryl said that the dust is right here in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh, really, Epic Souls? It's mandatory in North Carolina too. Oh, and Nevada too, Lisa says. Oh, damn, y'all, I didn't know that. Well,
Yeah.
that's the reason, family, but shout out to Brother Kalai. He called that shit early. And I'm talking real fucking early. I'm talking last year early.
Rap the news, too.
Yep, and Rap the News. Rap the News. Child, they done took and told y'all. So I'm minding my business. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. I watch the news purposely just to see the weather forecast. Number one, I want to see what that jet stream is doing. Because the jet stream is broke, family.
Yeah.
So you know how the jet stream, you look at it and it has that S shape, right? Going across the U.S. And the weather moves from west to east. Shit. Number one, the S is broke. And we don't know which day, where the fucking weather is coming from. Up north, we've been getting southwest and northeast weather. It's just been all over the place. And then sometimes Canada's jet stream, so the temperatures are fluctuating big time, even in the summer. Okay. Now I don't know also if you all realize that damn, who had the earthquake this week, y'all?
Cali?
Mexico. Oh,
California.
okay, you know Mexico too. Mexico.
We had it first, a 7-point-something, and we had a 6 or 5.8.
Okay, see, I didn't even know Cali had one. And then a brother out in Louisiana said Louisiana felt the aftershocks of Mexico's little earthquake. So I'm watching the news and looking at the weather. Let me bring up this picture, y'all. Hold on a second, family. So YouTube is about to come up. This is what I snapped off my TV screen. This is what a viewer sent in to the motherfucking news. This is the sky, family. And so the newscaster man, and for those of you that's on the line, you can't see it. It's literally purple, pink, yellow. The shit looked like it is literally a watercolor painting. This is literally what a viewer snapped with their camera and sent into the motherfucking news station, and they put it on. And this isn't normal. This is not normal. That's that system that we have been telling you all about for years. Years. Those planetary systems. I have never, ever seen a sky like this. Yeah, it's simply beautiful, Lisa. It is simply beautiful. Now, this happened right after we had a very hard rain. So that tells me, that kind of confirms, like we've been saying, with them blocking out the sky with all them damn chemicals. Okay? So this is probably normally what the sky looks like now, between the deep purples, because I've seen that before. I couldn't get my camera out fast enough for the little news to snap that picture for y'all. I'm sure I'll get the opportunity again. But this is normally, family, how the sky looks. And I'm willing to bet all the time. Now, this also represents not only the dust in the atmosphere, but it also represents the UV radiation. Yes, Sis Cheryl. Sis Cheryl said the heat index here today was 110, 115. This is Columbus, Ohio, south wind.
We're about 104 here in California.
Wow. Yeah, Sis Cheryl is in Florida, if I'm remembering correctly. So
102,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, so this is literally a sky picture that was taken after the rain. The UV radiation is off the charts, family. And shout out again to Brother Kalai, because he fucking told y'all that UV radiation, it's going to be off the chain. I saw a UV radiation warning saying, oh, put your sunscreen on today. The UV radiation is very high today. Wooda, wooda, wooda. Family, it was only 73 degrees outside. I said, oh, shit. It's on and popping. So in other words, you would think that the hotter it is, the higher that UV radiation is. But now, just as Brother Kalai said, that motherfucking shit don't matter. Literally, there was a UV radiation warning out, and it was only 70-something degrees. And now you have people closely tracking that UV radiation. All right. So the color of the skies are also attributed to the UV radiation levels and the dust. So all of that stuff that we've been telling y'all about for years, we didn't just wake up out the motherfucking bed and start talking about a pole shift. We've been telling you all that for years. Now you are witnessing it coming into the physical. Yes, South Wind, it is very amazing. And yes, Epic Souls, I agree with you. This stuff is what the climate change is all about.
Yeah. The Siberia, Russia, they're at 100 degrees. And they said that Arctic is melting faster than any place on the planet.
Yeah, that's what I heard also. So, oh, Lisa, you went and bought a shade cloth for your garden? Yeah. Us gardeners, we know, because some of your plants, they're literally being scorched.
Right.
So yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm already prepared to put my motherfucking shade cloth up. Absolutely, sis. Absolutely. So okay, family. So here you see. This is literally, this is not doctored, none of that. That's what one of the news people's audience sent in to the weatherman. So, all right, so that's my first one. Let's get into this. I gotta get to my no show. It's so much stuff. Wait a minute, let me check before I go in to see if Brother Sean in the queue. All right, Brother Sean, you just have to press star 6. I don't think I see you. yet, but he'll probably hit me up on my sale also. All right, let's see what other notes I want to go into, because of course, I got to go into, let's see how we want to do this. So much stuff, y'all. Okay, how do we want to do this now? I had Brother Kalai's video, yeah, my bad. I just saw an article right before coming on the air. All right, this is for Caucasians. All right, hold on a second. Let me pull up the article, and then YouTube, I'll pull it up for you. All right, just a second. All righty, and I'm going to pull it up for you, YouTube. All right, so this is going to be census shows white decline, non-white majority among youngest. Okay, this is from the Associated Press. As you can see, it just came out today. Come on, thing. Work with a sister here. All right. Orlando, Florida, for the generation of Americans not yet old enough to drive, the demographic future has arrived. For the first time, non-whites and Hispanics were a majority of people under the age of 16 in 2019, an expected demographic shift that will grow over the coming decades, according to the figures released by the U.S. Census Bureau on Thursday. We are browning from the bottom up in our age structure, said William Frey, senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. This is going to be a diversified century for the United States, and it's beginning with this youngest generation, right? This is going to be a diversified century. Century is 100 years. At the same time, the number of non-Hispanic whites in the U.S. got smaller in the past decades as deaths surpassed births in this aging demographic, according to Census Bureau population. Since 2010, the number of whites who aren't Hispanic had dropped by more than 16,600 people. But the decline has been escalating in the past 3 years, with the number of non-Hispanic whites dropping by more than 500,000 people from 2016 to 2019, according to the Census Bureau population estimates. In 2019, a little under 40% of the total U.S. population was either non-white or Hispanic. Non-Hispanic whites are expected to be a minority of the U.S. population in about 25 years. Now, I'm going to venture out to say that they've always been the minority. They are just in negative birth rates. Now, Caucasians, melanated people that study, and melanated people that are on the metaphysics side of it, not that bullshit ass science, the metaphysics. We already knew this. We already knew this. The quote, are melanated, and I like to call them master teachers, specifically Dr. Dilbert Blair. He is true to my heart, and Brother Bobby Hemmett. They said that the Caucasian population would go into negative birth rates. Okay. Number one, it is a science behind it. Now, this is not being racist. It's a goddamn shame that you all weren't told this, but it is in the genetics that your reproduction would go down. All right. And eventually into the negative aspects. Now, to really put it all out on the table, they not gonna tell you this until the last motherfucking minute, until they're forced to tell you. I'm finna tell you. I'm finna tell you that UV radiation, because you lack very little melanin, your body cannot hold that UV radiation. So that is even further going to cause a lot of deaths. Okay? So that means that folk knew about this. They knew about the negative birth rates. They damn sure knew about the solar cycles. All right? What they're masking as climate change. They knew that these things were going to happen, and yet they sat silent because they preferred to keep the false reality in place. Okay? But that is what's going on with these negative birth rates. It is in the genes. Now, you can take that how you want it. It is truly not my intent to be hurtful or racist. It's just the fucking facts. And melanated people did not wake up out of bed and say this. It's been said for decades. Now, some folks didn't say it so nicely. I ain't gonna sit up here and try to sugarcoat it. Some people did not say it so nicely. But it is certainly the truth. And now here we are. Now, Bobby Hemmett said that Caucasians were supposed to be blending with the melanated race in order to, quote, quote, breed out the recessive genes. Okay. And according to him, the last window of opportunity to not be in negative birth rates was back in the 30s. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to be real with you. You all have to be careful regarding that UV radiation. It's no joke. Like I said, this was the first week that I saw them issue one, and it was not even that hot out. But that UV radiation was in danger territory. And Brother Collide, you know, whether or not you like the way he put his message out there, he predicted that dust, he predicted the rise in that UV radiation. And I'm going to give you another one of his predictions. He said by this summer, folks aren't going to be able to go outside. If you can't handle that UV radiation level, it's going to be to the point where you can't go outside. All right. So I'm just giving it to you straight. I'm giving it to you raw. This is what's behind these negative birth rates. All right. So a natural decrease from the number of deaths exceeds birth, plus a slowdown in immigration to the U.S. Hold up. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Plus a slowdown in immigration to the U.S. So are you now fucking admitting in order for Caucasian numbers to be as fucking high as they were, you had to constantly depend on immigration and classifying folks as Caucasian that really weren't Caucasian? Yeah, we got you, AP. Contributed to the population drop since 2010 for non-Hispanic whites, whose median age of 43.7 last year was by far the highest of any demographic group. If these numbers hold for the 2020 census being conducted right now, it will be the first time since decennial census in 1790 that there has been a national decline of whites. Hold up, wait a minute. So you're admitting that it wasn't a bunch of y'all back up in the day any motherfucking way, right, AP? You admitting that's what you just admitted right here, which we already knew that. It's aging. Of course, we didn't have a lot of immigration that has gone down. Frey said white fertility has gone down. White fertility has gone down. I've just given you the reason why white fertility has gone down. In fact, the decrease in births among the white population has led to a dip in the number of people under age 18 in the past decade. A drop exuberated by the fact that much large millennial cohorts has aged out of that group, replaced by a smaller generational Z. All right, y'all remember when y'all may not have remembered. I told y'all, Generation Z, that is very important because that symbolizes the last generation that would be born in a 3D realm. That's why it's Z, representing the end. All of this lines up, family, to what's going on today. Specifically, things being turned back to the quote, quote, melanated people. All of it lines up. So, Caucasians, you have to get your head up out the sand. You got to look at it for what it is. Over the past decade, Asians had the biggest growth rate of any demographic group, increasing by almost 30%. Almost 2/3 of that growth was driven by international migration. I'm confused. God damn it, either they had the birth rate on their own or they didn't. So what are you talking about, international migration? Come the fuck up off the bullshit. The Hispanic population grew by 20% since 2010, with almost 3/4 of that growth coming from a natural increase that comes when more people are born than dies. The Black population grew almost by 12% over the decade, and the white population increased by 4.3%. I find it interesting that the melanated population, it's always a motherfucking 12%. 12%. Melanated people shit don't never rise up according to them. Which I'm okay, that's all cool within itself. But I'm telling y'all, pay attention. This is not about race. It is about bloodline, genetics, and the pole shift, or Mother Earth changing herself, changing the environment. The nation's seniors have swelled since 2010 as baby boomers aged into that demographic, with the number of people over 65 increasing by more than 1/3. All right, so now baby boomers, they're calling them baby boomers. They say because after the World War, it was a bunch of birth rates. Birth rates for who? Could it be Caucasian people? Because y'all consistently keep the melanated people at 12%. So they were telling you right there that baby boomer, that was going to be the last motherfucking boom in Caucasian numbers. All right. And then it says seniors made up more than 16% of the U.S. population compared to 13%. So if baby boomers were the last of the Caucasian generation to have high birth rates, and they are declining or they're passing on, there you go. In 4 states, Maine, Florida, West Virginia, and Vermont, seniors accounted for 20% of the population. That's a benchmark that the overall U.S. population is expected to reach by 2030. The first baby boomers reached 65 years old in 2011. No other group saw such a fast increase. What else are they saying? I think that's it. So that's it, y'all. So just so y'all don't think a sister is making this shit up, this is census shows white decline, non-white majorities among youngest, and this came out with the Associated Press today. All right, so I'll pause in case, sis, you want to put something on it.
Well, you know, that would understand why they celebrate on the news every time somebody's pregnant that's white. And then some chick is having her 22nd child. She's white. I said, who has room in their house with 22 kids? But it's a celebration. And then they also lament and mourn every miscarriage that people have. And I'm like, why are they doing that? You know, because that, you know, that, so for them, it's a very big to do. It's a very big to do. And then we get to the fact that the police is eliminating the men, the melanated men, with their bigotry and their guns. And so now we understand why they keep killing them, because they're the reproductive vehicle with the female. And I used to think that they weren't putting a lot of melanated females in prison, but they're doing that now. They're getting them eliminated as well. I don't care how many children they have. They go to jail as well for, you know, the police beating them up on the side of the freeway in California, just pounding melanated females' heads in. So is that their way of controlling the birth as well? In Chicago, and how they're killing people in Chicago like it's going out of style. Not to mention the fact they use the organs to give it to them so they can live longer. But it's we're targeted for our organs. I remember for some reason I did not check on my driver's license that I would be an organ donator, but I came back that it says I would be. And do you know them people almost cussed me out? They got so mad at me when I said I'm not going to donate my organs.
Right.
I had to go through loopholes to get the thing taken off. I couldn't get it done from the DMV. I had to call somebody else, and then I had to call somebody else to get it taken off, because I said, I'm not going to. And the man was mad. He was a white guy. Mm-hmm. You can tell by it. And he got really angry. So I said, I tell everybody, as far as we're concerned, don't check that box. You make yourself a target. Because, you know, some of people, young people, like in 16-year-olders and stuff like that, they just get their license, and the next thing you know, they're dead with newspapers stuffed inside of them. So we are outdistancing them in living, and they're trying to quell that. I'm just assuming.
Well, I agree with you, but I'm just gonna make something real clear. They have never been able to, and never will be able to, wipe out the dominant gene.
No.
Now, this is not being racist. You can take it how the fuck you want to take it. It's facts and it's science.
Well, yeah, because the dominant genes is always prominent.
Exactly.
Period. Whatever.
Exactly.
Even if it's blue.
So, like I consistently say, for hundreds of years, eugenics, all that shit, it ain't worked yet. It doesn't work yet. Even with the quote abortions, even with the melanated on melanated crime, it does not matter. You cannot wipe out that melanated dominant gene. The only one that can do it is Mama Earth.
That's true.
So
they try.
Folks can keep lying to themselves. Those are the facts, folk. It is what it is. All right. So the other thing I wanted to go over, I think I got a video from, I really like this brother's channel. I know I've been playing him like almost every week. New Earth Productions. Shout out to him. He puts excellent information out there, and he only makes it a couple minutes. He hits hard. He gets to the point. And this one is about the new cycle coming plasma event boom. So let me bring that up because YouTube family, I want you to be able to hear it too. All right. Yeah, all this technology. I gotta adjust everything. So again, this is the new sun cycle and the coming plasma event boom. It's off of the YouTube channel New Earth Productions. I highly recommend you all subscribe to this brother's channel. I think he's out of Jamaica. I'm not for sure. Don't quote me on that. But I just absolutely love his stuff. So here we go. Hopefully, here we go.
What up, fam? This was God. Bang, bang. Hey, yo, fam. Let's talk about this plasma event, all right? This coming plasma event and this current going on plasma event that no one's talking about. That, in my personal belief, is what all this bullshit is distracting us from. Family, throughout history, every plague on Earth has been preceded by some kind of solar event, whether it be a comet or an eclipse, some bullshit like that, all right? It's always a sign, all right, of what's to come. You see what I said? And family, this plasma event, we've been seeing little effects of it, right, as it builds up. So like, take like that event in New York and all through those states a few years back, when New York shut down and all those states lost power, and they said it was because a tree knocked over some power line in Ohio or some shit. Nah, family, that was plasma. You see what I said? You could call it solar mass ejection, or CME, or whatever, or coronal mass ejection, CME. You could call it that, whatever you want. Fam, it's plasma blast. It happened in New Zealand like 10 years ago or more, where the whole country of New Zealand was shut down. Same fucking thing. And right now, what do you see going on recently, family? There's a lot of this shit with the cell phones, the cell phone disruptions. They're saying that it's hackers. Some people are saying that they used it to put in some kind of COVID thing in your phone, COVID tracker. I don't know about all that. But what I do know is that it coincides with plasma, family. You see what I said? It coincides with electricity in the air. You see me? See, so it's like an electromagnetic pulse. You see me? These pulse waves, it shuts down all electricity. And from what I can see and what I've read and what I've studied, family, there's gonna be a huge pulse wave, a huge electromagnetic pulse that's basically gonna take out the entire fucking grid. You see what I said? And yeah, I think that's what's going down. I think that's what they're covering up, fam. Because with the new sun coming in, Cap, would you chill, please? With the new sun coming in, family, the black sun coming in to link with Ra once again and to go into their proper orbit together, right? That is going to cause such a magnetic flux. The energy is peaking, fam. You can feel it. The Schumann resonance of the planet, everything has gone up exponentially. It's just beating heavy. All magnetism, all electricity, everything is high right now. And I think that's preceding a major shockwave. You know what I'm saying? If you do the math and you put one and one together, I don't see what other conclusion you could come to. They're even getting ready for it. They're shielding their machinery. They're building their bunkers. They're going into their Mount Weather. You know what I'm saying? All these shielded bases that they have with their Faraday cages. You know what I'm saying? Like no waves can get in or get out. They're protecting themselves right now, family. They're starting to do it. They're making their vehicles they're protecting their vehicles from electromagnetic pulses, but they're telling you that it's going to come from some foreign power. Everything is some bullshit war, but it's not, family. This is some natural shit. They're actually fighting nature. And this is what's written to happen, that they would go to war against God. And when they war against God, family, that's warring against Earth and the planet and the universe, all the forces. You see what I'm saying? And of course they're going to fail, but they're basically trying to buy themselves time. You know what I'm saying? To the bitter end. But the point is for you to be prepared and to be protected from this shit, to keep yourself safe. You understand me? Because right now, they're gone. They've literally gone mad. Yeah, they've gone crazy. They know their end is inevitable, but they're doing everything in their power to try to just fake it. Like literally, they're just faking it. And the goal, to me, their end goal is to get as many of you to believe their bullshit and to go with them, to side with them against nature, because you're going to think nature and the angels that are coming to straighten this shit out, you're going to think that they're the bad guys, because that's what they've been programming you with all the movies and shit, with the alien invasions and the attacks. But what you don't realize is it's the natural order of things. It's the originals coming to take back what was already theirs. Seeing these plague people, these virus people, they're getting wiped out. And if you side with them, you're gonna get wiped out with them. You see me? And if you're too caught up in the machine world, like where you can't live without their grid, you're gonna get fucked. Because family, there's always gonna be life. There's always gonna be electricity. There's always gonna be power. We're always gonna have these things. It's just not gonna be in their current form. Because as things are, all these shits kill us anyway, so fuck them, you know what I'm saying? We need to refix everything, remake everything. Everything must be renewed, family, and replenished. And that's what's going on. And in order to do that, there's going to be a big shockwave, a big electric shockwave. You can feel it in the fucking air. You can feel how electric shit is, family. There's no denying it. And it's only building up, and it's going to build up to a crescendo. And then it's going to be like, boom. Yeah, new day. You see what I said? So, as usual, like I always say, it's not some scary shit. It's fucking awesome. It's just get yourself prepared. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for New Earth, family. Because this is what it is in the New Earth, fam. Yeah, man. It's just going to be bliss, high energy, and high frequency. And no bullshit's not going to be able to survive there. Nothing fake can survive in the New Earth. And these monkeys can do whatever they want to, build as many stargates as they want, try to run to whatever dimension you want to, pull whatever resources you want. It's not going to help you. It's over. You see what I say? Anyway, my real ones, stay up. Source got out. Bang, bang.
All right. So, again, that was the new sun cycle and the cosmic plasma event. And that is from the YouTube channel New Earth Productions. So I highly recommend that you all check that brother's channel out. He drops a video about once a week. I feel he is very much in tune I personally have been talking about their technology and how it will not match up to the pole shift. I specifically talked about the 5G technology, and I told y'all that was in response to them trying to keep up with Mother Earth's vibrational rate rising, or her Schumann resonance. I told y'all that's what 5G was about, and the reason why they now they said China is working on 6G. And I told you that it wasn't going to be able to keep up. They ain't even fully fucking implemented 5G. That bullshit halfly don't even work. They can't even put them towers up fast enough and tune it. It doesn't work. It cannot match up to Mother Earth's Schumann resonance. I don't give a fuck what they try to put into place. It's not going to match what she is doing. So get ready. This is not only about physical survival, if you want to look at it in that aspect. It's really going to be more over your consciousness. Because as that brother said, if you still want to hold on to these bullshit ass things, including the bullshit ass system, this bullshit ass technology, you more than likely are not going to be prepared for the shift. It starts consciously. So your body can start being prepared physically. Mm-hmm. We ain't talking about no motherfucking 10, 15 motherfucking years. I'm just gonna give it wouldn't surprise me if we woke up motherfucking tomorrow and looked up and this shit has totally switched up. Because I give a shout out to my sis. She's in the chat room. Last year, she said 2020 is going to be 1 year. It's going to be something else, pretty much. And I be goddamn 2020 swung up in this bitch like, yeah, I'm here and it's on and popping. So get prepared now. And it starts with your consciousness. It starts with letting go of the bullshit. It starts with connecting with nature. All right, so I'll pause in case, sis, you want to put something on it.
Well, I was just about to say, Donald Trump is fighting China on that 5G anyway. He's going to start putting out sanctions if they put it out there. So he don't seem to appreciate 5G, and he's trying to stop the sale of the equipment that the United States has for them to implement it.
It's already implemented. So what is he talking about stopping? It's already implemented, and the shit don't work.
No, it doesn't. Matter of fact, my modem was acting crazy, and I would keep losing my bands on my Wi-Fi. I'm like, wait a minute, since when did all this start happening? Because I've had 2 modems in there already. They said my modem was too old for the new stuff. Well, let me tell you, it's still not working with the new modems. So they're having trouble somewhere. And somebody else had said that, my sister-in-law, I think it was, said that one of those phone companies were having trouble with their phone system as well. So it's already starting to interfere with our systems that they have in place.
Right. I think, was it this week or last week, a couple of the phone providers was down for a little bit. Mm-hmm. I know the internet connection, it has been shit for
Yeah,
quite
it's bad.
yeah, it's bad. It's been shit for, especially over this last month. It's really been bad. So I'm going to say again, I don't give a fuck what G they put out. It's not gonna work. They cannot keep up. Now, if you, as a divine being, you need to raise your frequency. You're supposed to be matching what Mother Earth has. So then 5G, 7G, that shit ain't supposed to be impacting you if your frequency is raised. So that's why we keep telling you it is directly linked to your consciousness. Sorry, go ahead, sis.
It has to be a clean out. There's no way in the world that you could start a new age or the golden age of knowledge and enlightenment like the Aquarius age without cleaning out the garbage first.
Exactly.
You have to clean out the garbage.
Exactly. And what be pissing me off is like this one brother said, he said this term and I fell all the way the fuck out. Trying to turn bullshit into gold. So you go, exactly. I just love that saying. And I told him, I'm jacking your saying. So that's what you are essentially doing when you're trying to hold on to these things. You're trying to hold on to this 3D consciousness density. You trying to turn bullshit into gold. And that's not alchemy. And we are telling you, you're going to be left with the bullshit.
Yeah, like I said, my daddy said this was hell. And if you want to stay down here, that's the way you're going to do is keep yourself the same frequency you are now.
Exactly, exactly. Oh, shout out to Brother Will. Shout out Brother Will Kapoor. Happy to see you in the house, brother. Happy to see you in the house. Check out Brother Will Kapoor. He's on Facebook. And he does lectures on Facebook, and I'm telling you, he's pretty powerful. You know, he puts in that work from a spiritual perspective, putting it out there. So shout out, Brother Will. Glad to see you in the house. But yeah, family. So check out that brother there. He's pretty tight. And just get ready. I'm going to consistently keep talking about that, because although we're going over the real story of what went on, and the reason I'm doing this is because of this pole shift, because of Mother Earth raising her frequency, i.e. Schumann resonance. Because we are in a new age, you need to enter and understand what the fuck really happened in the past to not repeat it again, to set yourself up for another cycle of low level and fuckery. Because as we're going through this stuff, you should see, and we point out several motherfucking times, how all of this is basically the same script.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same script. They ain't changed motherfucking scripts. That's why when I finally truly got it, I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. I'm not finna give these motherfuckers no power, because they're not creators. If you have to keep using the same trick of bags and renaming that shit, you're not a creator. Creators build realms, universes. That's what creators do. Mm-hmm. Raise your consciousness. This is where we are at. You have to create the world you want to live in. The theme of the Wizard of Oz, you've always had the power all along. So this is your time. Get on your shit. Create the world that you want to live in. And us old heads, it's time for us to give encouragement and guidance and act in the role of advisor to our youngins. It's time to pass the baton to our millennials. Get on your motherfucking job. And sit your stinking motherfucking old ass off down if you still trying to shine and run shit. Sit the fuck down. All right. So here we go. Let me, that's 832 in the queue. So let me bring that brother on. Here we go. Let me try this again. Peace and love, brother.
Roger! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up,
Feathers
brother.
up.
United Snakes of America down! It seems like my brother Sean is on vacation now. Did he get a case of COVID or did he get the red oxide dust sitting on throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight? I want, in the context of my discussion with you ladies tonight, I want you to consider something. 1619 versus 1620.
Mm-hmm.
You notice how the blast and the blow up from the New York Times and the 1619 project, would you say that that was overarching and overshadowing last year in 2019?
Yes.
Has that narrative been exploded to almost in the stratosphere?
Yes.
Now, could you explain to me what you have heard about 1620? Have you heard nary a word?
I haven't heard nary.
The crickets. Where is the Mayflower Compact? Where is Plymouth Rock? Where is the blue blood ancestry of the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant? You know, obviously I have to take into consideration the pandemic is this pretty big backdrop. But do you feel what I'm saying here now? And the real reason why I'm pointing this out, for example, is we have two false narratives running, and I'm drawing this with the parallel of our why trash the 400-year untold history of class in America.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have the false narrative for the so-called Negro of 1619, and your history started 400 years ago, and your entire history is the slave narrative, you know, for the cliff notes, if you will, the bullet point presentation.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the 1620 white supremacists, as I said, WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, that supposedly is for the Caucasoid white European narrative, but neither of which are true. Both of which are falsely presented to the autochthonous Aboriginal inhabitants, and now, therefore, their misidentified descendants. What the conclusion do either of you sisters come to on that parallel diversionary tactic before I say what I next have on?
You mean for them not bringing up 1620 and the Mayflower and all of that?
Well, I mean, remember, we only have two companies that we're talking about, either Plymouth Company or the Virginia Company. Now, even Virginia took a piece of that backlash and rode the wave and the rave of the 1619 project. If you remember last summer, the Virginia legislature also tied its 400th anniversary to that date.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They sure did.
But we don't hear a word out of Boston, Philadelphia. You have the Quakers, you have the Pilgrims, and you have the Puritans, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Where do we hear anything about religious freedom? Where do we hear anything about their, like I said again, this narrative? And by the way, this is pointed out by Dr. Nancy Eisenberg. I'm
Yeah.
still going into some chapters in review, but a lot of this was in the first portions in the preface and the one section. I don't know if you have that in front of you now, where the fable we live by. Those one of the opening chapters or the opening segment about the fable that we live by. So what I'm saying here is that, okay, here to me, I'm gonna use it this way. This is a line of demarcation to me. It's pre-1900 and post-1900. Okay, so for that 300-year period from 1600 to 1900, how many so-called white Europeans who want to lay claim can actually draw their lineage to any of the population?
It's gonna be
So that's
very
over
tough.
3 centuries.
Yep.
Okay, now how many of them can draw their lineage to some aristocracy? Monarchy, lords, ladies, dukes, duchesses, whatever. So
Right.
what would be the vast majority of the population? Isn't that the white trash that we're talking about with this particular academic book?
Yes.
So let's give them, for conservative, let's say 75%. So 3 out of 4 would be what? What we calling white trash? What we calling the dregs? What they call the mudsills, the rednecks, the crackers, etc. So only 1 out of 4, if they could even prove genealogically.
Exactly.
Okay. Now let's go post 1900. Who are we talking about when we're talking about after the turn of the century in 1900? The Eastern European, the Jew, the Italian, the Sicilian, the dregs of what is they could say the bowels between France, Germany, Russia, because didn't they have different levels of what they considered immigration policy, and each one of those populations were considered dirtbags, weren't they?
Yep.
So we're only talking about in the last century where the vast majority of these people who call themselves white, as you were just, trying to appeal to them in some of your last commentary. So what are we saying when we talk about these? So I'm keep putting these two false narratives side by side. First of all, the slave narrative attached exclusively to the Negro in the 1619 Project, and the so-called false American white founding fathers narrative in 1620 to 2020. Where do these people attach themselves? You feel me? Now, both of these two narratives side by side, one black, one white, is being imposed on the original inhabitants of this land.
Yep.
Because the third narrative that we're being told is either A, we were almost exterminated,
yep,
or B, we're these mongoloid, caucasoid hybrid,
yep,
and I'm using air quotes here, Native Americans, which has what claim to the land factually? Because if you really listen to that third narrative, they claim that they were barbarian, savage nomads who had no tribe. Because you're going to bring that up again in your discussion, your ongoing analysis of white trash, the 400-year untold history of class in America, that they lay claim to this land by claiming an English common law, because you're going to hear that a lot come up now into this Nassara Jassara bullshit, the difference between common law and maritime law, that they did not, and you've brought this up in other chapters of this conversation in the last few months, of husbandry.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So if the land is not cultivated, if it is not corralled, like with hedges or fence lines or the wall, okay?
Right.
That you cannot lay claim to ownership of the land, which, by the way, no one can claim ownership, and they for certainly have
That's
no
right.
claim. But we continue to allow this false projection of, first come, first serve. Possession is 9/10 of the law. You've heard all these colloquialisms, right?
Right.
When we talked about the Trail of Tears first portion of our conversation, which the bigot Andrew Jackson, the 1820s, is the timeline now. Those 200 years ago, under Andrew Jackson, the colloquial term in Oklahoma, the Sooner? the Oklahoma Sooners for Oklahoma University and its mascot, with the mythos of the wagon trail and the chuck wagon.
Yep.
Well, what they told them, the sooner you get here, the sooner you can take this from these niggas.
Yep.
Now, as you have laid out, now you watched The Watchmen, right? And it's being streamed on Hulu right now. I just binged it again.
Yeah, somebody said that they're streaming it for free, y'all. If y'all haven't seen that, go on and get up on it. Yes, brother, I saw it. Yes.
Now, we have a 1-year window timeline for the centennial this time next summer in 21. Now, again, I say, this false narrative, 1619, Negro, slave narrative, 100% exclusively perpetuated on what is a Negro. Now, we're talking about the African Negro, not the American Negro or the American Indian, which people don't understand. They are one and the same.
Right.
Okay. The American Negro is the American Indian, is the American,
That's
according
right.
to Merriam-Webster's definition. The only true American is the copper-colored inhabitants of the land
that is
they
right.
encountered when they invaded here. That is a simple definition. Now, I won't accept anything from a foreign invader, but it is the most accurate misidentification.
Yep.
Okay. Ultimately, the Mayflower Compact, which is under the context of the Plymouth Company, as she pointed out in her book, the Plymouth Compact or company was a way to circumvent Virginia's company. Okay? When they wandered north and landed not on Plymouth Rock, because according to Dr. Nancy Eisenberg, that rock was unearthed almost 50 years later. Okay? Was it the Narragansett or the Wampanoags? The story of Pocahontas, all these other mythologies that we still are not having unveiled and unraveled, I'm proposing is why we're hearing crickets on 1620. Okay? Because for the false white American, I'm using the term loosely, as in a designator, there is no white or black American, but for the conversation that we continue to have out of ignorance. For these white Americans, they are barely 1, 2, maybe 3 generations from so-called Europe.
I
so that takes you back what?
1000% agree.
So that takes you back where? Less than a century.
Yes, it's definitely less than a century.
So again, if we use the demarcation line of 1900,
yep,
the vast majority of these people that are running around here taking a knee and singing Kumbaya and having an LGBTQ A+
elemental
out
P.
of body
You got to throw that elemental P.
Okay. Then you have the Asians.
Yep.
Right? Who now all of a sudden is finding themselves excised and stirred and motivated over the Wuhan virus, the Hong Kong flu, or the Kung flu, as the President of the United States is so, bigotedly attached to now.
Right.
The most prolific slurring that he can make towards now making Asians of prominence. Then what is their timeline? The railroad and the Chinese employees and the yellow peril. Okay, what is that? The 1920s?
Yep.
The 1930s? So again, for these people to come here first and foremost as an immigrant wave,
yep,
an invading horde, and I say this is not racial.
No, it's facts.
This is factual.
Absolutely.
Okay? You are barely a century here, and you are standing on my neck in camaraderie with Derek Chauvin and everybody else, because a friend of mine asked me, what is this taking the knee thing that's supposed to be a phenomenon? This is my 2 cents. This is my story. I'm sticking with it. Okay? For a so-called Negro, African colored, Black American, whatever, Balalian, whatever the latest thing is, now you got this young generation that you're talking about. Their phrase is coming out of 2 things. American descendant of slave, for the ADOS movement, and the Black indigenous people of color. Have you heard that lately? These are the 2 flavors
I
that
just
are coming out of the
heard
millennium.
that last week. I'm like, well,
Okay.
shit, I at least like that. But yes, yes.
Okay, all right. Those people, under that context of that narrative I just pointed out of 1619, because again, they're attaching themselves to the slave narrative. Taking a knee is submission. Okay? Anyone else, whatever immigrant group you throw in there, Arabs, Native American, because they walked across the Bering Strait, if I'm believing, again, their mythology. This is what they say amongst themselves. Up into whoever gets off a plane, train, automobile, a boat, a slough, or canoe.
Right.
Okay? Their taking a knee is in solidarity with Derek Chauvin because they are in cahoots with white supremacy and white privilege status. You feel what I'm saying? Because each of them come over here and try to collectively and individually get preferred class status. Now, do you know when this started? It started with the potato famine and the so-called Irish that they took from black to white, correct?
Yep.
Then it went to the Sicilian. You remember how dark and swarthy the Sicilian used to be a slur in the Italian community? Then they became Italiano and got white. Then who's next? The Jew. Correct? Those dregs that were refused entry between World War I and World War II when they came as a flood out of the gates from Eastern Europe. Now who's the ones that we're being told? Scandinavians? Slovakians? Russians? Or now the ones they call sand niggas, right? So from Yemen to Saudi Arabia to where Turkey, you know, I mean, as far as Arabs, now it's Asians are the flavor of the month because those are now the super minorities, right? Because they have math scholarship and they're excellent in academics. So then you put into their category the Indians, the Bangladeshis, and you understand the point that I'm making.
Yes, I do.
There has been an extension of Caucasianness, preferential status, to each of these immigrant groups, and I don't care how far back you want to go, because technically the first immigration law was the year after the first census in 1790. So even as early as 1791, they had immigration legislation, and it became a ticket of privilege over time. Now, when they first got here, they were treated like what? Shit. Just like the woman says in this book. They came here with children. On your photo that you have there that keeps rotating on the YouTube variations, those who are not paying attention, look for yourself the next time it pops up. It talks about coinciding with the 20 and odd Negroes in 1619, right? That same year, they brought 100 Irish children. Children, not adults, not young men, children. They also, within the course of the first 50 years, 500,000 Catholics, which were primarily what? Irish. Now, remember the last time I talked to you about the Queen's secret agent? You know, Elizabeth I. And the father and son,
we talked
Walter
about that.
and Robert Cecil. Okay. They go back to 1550.
Exactly.
So from 1550 to 1600, and the first decade of James I coming into power, because that's between 1604 and the writing of the Bible is 1611, the so-called King James Version of the Bible is 1611, right? Explain to me, I mean, because I'm confused. Who sent these motherfuckers here? God or the Moors? Or are the Moors their God? I mean, I don't know. When you were going through the black nobility...
I'm finna sip tea. Go ahead, brother, go on.
When you went through the black nobility series with Lee Cummings, and with the own words of James himself, he called himself a black Roman, did he not? He also professed to be a Hebrew Israelite, did he not? I mean, he also claimed to be one of the descendants of Jacob, whose name was turned into Israel. So now, wait a minute, I'm confused.
I'm confused. You confused? I'm confused.
He had a Catholic mama.
Mm-hmm.
He had a Catholic wife, but he was a protester. Because that's what Protestant means. What most people don't seem to understand.
Yep.
Martin Luther was a Catholic bishop.
Yep.
Who protested against the corrupt Roman infrastructure of the Roman agenda, became the state religion of Italy, and then its own sovereign country, because the Vatican is not under the authority of the Italian government.
Yep.
So what Martin Luther and all these other knucklehead folk out there, white, black, or whatever, indifferent, who call themselves Protestant, and it's counting 600 plus denominations of Christianity. You were following a Catholic bishop who never once disavowed the belief of Catholicism. If you believe in the basic tenets of the Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, which has no woman, nothing feminine in that belief. You believe in the resurrection of brought from the dead. You believe in the virgin birth, which you can know how many times we can go back to ancient Kemet and God knows how many other virgin birth, mythologies that are thousands, if not 10,000s of years old.
Exactly.
And you believe in only one God that I'm going to tell you who to come through.
That's right.
That comes from the Pope and the Vatican. Not God, not even the Bible. Because these things are inculcated. And so we can't have intelligent discussions with religion. So I don't want to get down that rabbit hole. I'm just pointing these things out to say that people who claim that they have a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, you've already pointed out Anglo-Saxons were black.
Yep.
People who claim they come from the United Kingdom, which is Albion, or flip the letters as albino. People who claim they have an Irish or Scottish background. Scot, the word Scot means black or dark. Ireland or Celtic people were revealed to be melanated, the original inhabitants, not
That's right.
the white versions we're being told today. So Sean Hannity, you white nigga, okay? Any other person of Irish descent, including Mr. Biden, you white niggas, okay?
I'm more Irish than them. That's what fucking cracks me up. But go ahead, brother.
So when we start having, I'm trying to do this without the emotion or racialism. It's a very difficult thing to do because there's so much aligned with the lie.
Yes.
Believe, L-I-E. Believe. Take B and the V-E off of it. You have to have a lie for the basis of belief.
That's right.
And in all lies is the kernel of truth that we refuse to seek. Because that is what research is. That is what you are doing when you are trying to continue to encourage us to expand one's horizon. But again, I'm saying this, I'm rambling just slightly a bit, but I'm saying in the context of where my thought processes were this week. 1619, the Negro narrative. 1620, the Caucasoid narrative. Both lies.
Yep.
Supplanting the native or aboriginal autochthonous population and peoples who are continuously misidentified, latest label African American, continuously misled and believe you are a maximum 12 to 13%. You notice that's been going on ever since they have been doing this so-called census from 1790 to 2020. Then, at the same time, and I keep bringing this up because this is going to finally take hold at some point. Who are the Indians not taxed? Now, if you didn't get a chance yet to go back over that last video I asked you about with Dane about the N-word that's not offensive, the Nietzsche.
Yes, I finally got it.
He's made other references about it. Did you get a chance to look at it? What do you think about it? First of all, I wish I could find that map that he had the turtle overlay. How did that come across to you, the turtle overlay showing Canada to the Yucatan Peninsula, the Mexico?
Yeah, I absolutely loved it. I've seen it before. As a matter of fact, I saw it from somebody that calls themselves a Moor years ago.
Yeah, where he would transition that map where you showed all the tribal people like the Shoshone and and the Algonquin and the Creek. Remember that map that he transitioned from that map to what we see more traditionally as our so-called North American map,
right?
With Canada and all of it attached together, going across to the Bering Strait. You know, with Greenland on the right and the eventual connection that was from the land bridge from Alaska, you know, to Siberia. But again, this is in the War Department of Colonial Americas, where he said he first came across the reference. So again, as we continue to ignore the factual record, this is the people who came in the first immediate contact with our ancestors. This is what they reported, they recorded. 200 years later, in 1828, is what Merriam-Webster reported and identified as the defining term: American, copper-colored inhabitants. Period. That's it. Period. Then the next sentence: Europeans have adopted. What does adopted mean? I think the colloquial phrase today is cultural appropriation. Is that
exactly.
Okay. So to be native-born just means to be a transplant. What's the difference in that and grafting a plant, a tree, a vine, or anything?
Exactly.
It is transported from somewhere to somewhere.
Absolutely.
That does not make you indigenous. I don't care how long you're there.
That's right.
Your origin story is from somewhere else. And at some future point, as you said, my sister, you very eloquently expressed it this morning, it's not just the millennials now. Now the Gen Zs are above the age of 20. They were born in this millennium.
That's right.
2000 is their line. Mm-hmm. Now we jump forward from 1900 to 2000. We have people who are literally coming of age, are 21, and in the Constitution, that is adulthood.
Right.
Okay? Because the white man defined citizenship as over 21, free, and land owning. Let's remove the land owning portion for a second, because none of us own the land.
That's right.
The people who are doing it, if you notice, they use the term speculators, don't they? Mm-hmm. Now, the bigot in chief is referred to as a real estate mogul. Okay? In 1820, Andrew Jackson was called a land speculator. The actual term was considered a criminal outlaw description. Did you know that back then? And when Richard Milhouse Nixon was flipping the entire economy from the gold standard to the petrodollar, do you know what his supposed cause, and I'm paraphrasing that, his supposed cause was for that? The word was speculation.
Wow.
You know what speculation is? It's the stock market.
Yep.
So stocks, bonds, shackles, niggas. Isn't that still the origin story?
Yep.
So if we keep, and I'll wrap up with this, my sister, we keep the 1619 narrative. You already know, that's like, remember the scene from Jurassic Park where they would take the amber and the mosquito was stuck in the amber, and they would inject the needle in there to get the blood out of the mosquito, and that is how they created their faux dinosaurs for Jurassic Park?
Yep.
But you had to be stuck in that amber. That's the 1619 narrative for the so-called Negro-colored Black African American. We'll stay stuck in that. And it's your choice. I'm stressing this for people who are ignorantly going on and on with their conversations and their diatribes, listening to me or not. You're stuck in that amber of that narrative. The 1620, none of that shit is true at all, even for the motherfuckers that want to claim blue blood status. And if they can barely trace themselves to that exclusive few they love to say on Plymouth Rock, Mayflower Compact, or all this kind of parallel. All right, so that means what for the 75 to 90% that have absolutely no attachment to that? And even the ones who can attach to that, we are starting to break it down as you're doing with this book on what the true story of that few 10 to 25% there. So neither one of these narratives are based on what?
Truth.
And that is the terror that is under the surface, that is in the streets. And you heard, I know you saw the 846, that statement proclaimed by Dave Chappelle, talking about the streets speaking, and he ain't got to say shit. And I'm comfortable to sit here in the back seat and let you young folks, millennials, and Generation Z drive. If you don't remember that part of what he said about that. But he said, this free zone, because he was professing where he does his stand-up and how he allows the type of ideas that he expresses, and people like to get yucks and belly laughs over. He's saying that's the free speech zone that he creates. Because when this shit stops here, meaning we're distracted, entertained,
right,
and performing ourselves for white America's, salving of their pride and delusional positions they want to keep clinging to by claiming they have whatever their superior status they believe to be. When this shit stops here, according to my brother Dave Chappelle, the scholar and the advocate of truth, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, and I yield.
All right, brother 832. Indeed. All right, indeed. Thank you, brother 832. I'm going to bring on brother Sean. He's here.
Good. That was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, brother 832 goes in. Now, brother 832, I promise you, Sweet Pea, we are on the same wavelength. I got some additional stuff I want to go over tonight about the motherfucking Jacobites. Yeah, player. So for you to bring that up, I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, it was meant for me to bring that in tonight. So yeah, we gonna remind folk who those Jacobites, Romans / Hebrews, Catholicism, all of that jazz. I ran across some information that literally just came across my feed. So for you to come on and say what you say, that means I definitely need to go over that tonight. Because it ties into the material directly on what we're talking about with this series. So let me go on and bring in brother Sean. Peace and love, brother.
Boldness and power. What it do?
Hey, brother. We well. Everybody was waiting on you, brother 832. Sent his shout out. He called you in.
Boldness and power, bro. Hey, but you know what? Obama used that first. That Kung flu.
What? Now, when did O use that?
During his tenure, they was using it to get people to take the vaccine.
Child.
You know, talking about being a Kung flu fighter. Trump is mocking them. He's doing everything that they did, and people put a negative spin on it. And then he just reminds people who did it first. This game is wicked. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. I'm sitting back chilling.
Yeah, they didn't put out all the stops.
Baby, didn't they?
They even got the Patriots taking an oath to the organic Constitution.
Yeah, they gonna have several motherfucking seats with that. I done took and told y'all what's going down. You gonna get your motherfucking feelings hurt severely. Motherfucking depending on that. But go ahead on, brother Sean.
They talking all this stuff about truth, but still will not acknowledge who you really are.
Exactly. That's why they can kiss my copper color ass. Patriots. That's what you can do.
How they talking about the statues being torn down, talking about, they're tearing down history, and something we can learn from. They're trying to destroy the American name, blase this, blase that. And I'm thinking, Didn't you motherfuckers just finish doing that shit?
Exactly.
And y'all got all this worry and concern about it being done to y'all, about y'all being wiped out of the history book.
Exactly. Again, kiss my motherfucking copper color ass. Maybe that's what we need to do. I'm going to take a picture of my ass and bronze it and put that bitch up. So you motherfuckers can kiss it. Because that shit is out of here.
They is going absolutely goddamn crazy for nothing.
Yeah, big time mad. And no fucks are given about your anger, boo-boo. Now, Caucasian people, these are the things that I'm talking to you about. Get your motherfucking people in order.
Y'all need to find out who y'all are.
Exactly, because y'all delusional as fuck.
Now, I also saw this video where they got this little Caucasian girl who the Patriots are giving all type of praise because her little rant she went on, and her little rant she mentioned about, and why should we be giving people who were never slaves reparations?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So, when y'all finally figure out who the real slaves were,
right?
Remember from your own mouth, from this little girl or whoever else of y'all know it, when y'all get to asking for reparations, y'all said, no, you weren't an actual slave. What happened to your ancestors is over and done with. We have nothing to do with that. So, when y'all finally figure out that y'all are the descendants of vagabonds, criminals, the lowest scum of the earth, according to your own people, don't blame us. We ain't had nothing to do with that. We wasn't around back then, remember? We are digging a deeper hole
digging
that you're not going to be able to get out of.
Exactly.
And you niggas that's following them while they're trying to follow you, that's where you got that fucked up ass loop at.
Yep.
You sniffing their ass, they sniffing your ass, and ain't nobody trying to sniff no goddamn fresh air. You're living in the past.
Yep.
You want things the way they used to be, and it's never going to be that way again. We passed that frequency.
Yep.
If you want to be in lower frequencies, just keep doing what you're doing. But why try and bring everybody else down with you?
Right, because we're done with the fuckery.
It's real simple.
Exactly.
Just figure out who the fuck y'all are. I don't need to know. You need to know what ship your people came over here.
That's right.
On.
That's right.
And, just with all the lies they tell, I'm just thinking back to when I was coming up. My whole neighborhood was black. Homeowner.
Yep.
Every goddamn store was quote-unquote black-owned. Cleaners, restaurant, bar, everything was black-owned. Now, I don't think that happened right out of slavery, because even as I went back through my bloodline history,
exactly,
they was owning shit.
Yep.
I didn't come across a time where they didn't own. It's the indoctrination, the taking control of your mind,
exactly,
and your perspective, that got you thinking you in a whole nother time.
Yep.
Oh, and also didn't King James say he was Jacob? Yeah. I don't remember the family. He said he was Jacob himself.
Yeah, we finna go over that, brother. But just to add on to what you said, again, we fucked up when motherfuckers want to discount what Big Mama and Papa told your motherfucking ragless stinking asses.
Mm-hmm.
They told you who they were. But no, brother so-and-so back up in the motherfucking 60s with the motherfucking dashiki oils and incense told you bitches differently, and I'm calling out you motherfucking baby boomers. I'm calling out you, goddammit, because it happened on your watch.
Exactly.
You disrespected our ancestors and picked up what the street corner nigga told you your heritage was versus what your own parents and grandparents told you.
Exactly. Crazy stuff.
So now y'all can get the fuck on with that bullshit. Especially those that have Southern roots. You have generation upon generation upon generation that fucking own land, that were farmers. And the land, the way Big Mama and them set it up, it stayed in the family. But you stinking motherfucking baby boomers, you broke that too. You didn't want to deal with the land. So y'all got to fighting and tussling within each other, broke the covenant that Big Mama and Papa and them set up, and start selling the land. Or some of you motherfuckers was so fucking trifling, you walked away from the land. I'm putting that squarely on your head, baby boomers.
Mm-hmm.
And you owe the rest of the generation an apology. You are the same motherfucker stuck in this Afrocentric shit and want to keep carrying the lie. And then what really just gets my motherfucking goat in the whole situation, you bitches never did turn over the seats of power to the Generation X, which is my generation. Yes, motherfucking baby boomers, bitch, I'm calling you out tonight. You fell asleep at the wheel. You built your calves up with that motherfucking marching and that integration, and then you bitches had the audacity to take a payoff.
Yeah.
And then every time one of these quote events happen, you same scraggly ass motherfucking baby boomers want to dust off your canes
and get out there and march
talk
with
about them. You represent, bitch. Who the fuck you represent? You sure ain't fucking representing Generation X. And you goddamn for sure ain't representing the millennials and the Z's.
Mm-mm.
So I'm putting it solely on the head of the baby boomers. You fucking slept at the wheel. You sold us out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now that's
Too
on
much
you.
time at Woodstock.
I'm sorry, what you say, Brother Sean?
Too much partying at Woodstock.
Exactly. Getting high.
LSD and all that junk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the generation that started not wanting to take care of their motherfucking children. Leaving the motherfucking children with Big Mama and them.
Go party.
Yeah, I'm calling you out, baby boomers. You absolutely motherfucking right.
They wanted to go party.
And then based on that, some of my generation, Generation X, picked up some fucked up habits as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have to break those generational curses. You have to make amends for the part that you participated in it and what your ancestors participated in it. I done took and told y'all, with me, with this platform, nobody fucking gets a pass. Right. Nobody. So now all of this shit has come full circle. And that fuckery, that fuck shit, that slavery narrative that I continuously see you stinking ass motherfucking baby boomers pumping, we ain't buying it.
No.
We're not buying it. Go on and sit the fuck down. Since you don't want to honor Big Mama, Papa and them, goddamn it, we gonna do it. The Gen X's, the millennials, and the Z's gonna do it. Goddamn it.
Mm-hmm.
And to all of you Caucasian folks stuck in your motherfucking fantasy island, you patriots, all that bullshit, I'm gonna say again, you can kiss my fat copper color ass. That's what you can do. Cause none of that shit you talking is gonna fly. No fucks are given about your fake ass ancestry, history, none of that. Sit the fuck on down. What you need to concentrate on is that motherfucking UV radiation and plasma. That's what the fuck you concentrate on. So I'm sorry, Sean. Shit.
Ain't no problem, sis. But you know they having them hearings, right, the Senate hearings about whether or not China can be held accountable.
Yeah.
It's called a Sovereign Immunities Act or something other. But what people need to pay attention to with these hearings and everything is the terminology and how they're trying to get them, how they're trying to get through stuff.
Yep.
They're using all the terms that paperwork pushers have been teaching.
Yep.
And not successfully using. But during all this, they acknowledge that China is responsible for the Democrats, that is. But at the same time, they blaming Trump for this. And a lot of our people is falling for that. And you displacing your energy. They causing you to hate when you should be just sitting back watching what the fuck is going on. Absolutely. And getting yourself together.
Watching an empire crumble, yes.
Right. But they're able to evoke your emotions anytime they get ready to. You saw that lake, right? Q, the Winged Serpent. It was a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Winged serpent is what? A dragon, right?
Right.
That should let you know right now that it's ancient powers behind him that ain't white. They tapping into that dragon energy. I mean, just look how successfully they're utilizing our shit.
Yep.
And only got 33 to 3rd degrees of knowledge.
Exactly.
You scared, hating motherfuckers And this, that, or the other, because he know how to work your shit better than you do.
Exactly.
And instead of you getting on your game,
yeah,
and being who and what you're supposed to be, you allow yourself to get sucked off into these propaganda machines and take your ass out there marching, rioting.
That's crazy.
And you ain't tearing up shit that should be tore up. Nothing.
They doing that. Mm-hmm.
But Black Lives Matter, right?
Right.
Right? But then they tell you all lives matter. Blue lives, white lives, red lives,
right.
Brown lives,
the
yellow
alphabet lives, right.
Right. Take that V out of that. Black lives.
Lives. Mm-hmm.
White lives.
Indeed. Indeed.
I got good.
All right now, family.
No. Hey, brother. Fine form.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Brother Sean. Shit, you done got me hot under the motherfucking collar. But I'm good. All right. Here we go. All right. So, literally, I had ran across some little information where this Caucasian cat out of Europe, he put together, I think this came out in 2018. And this was called the History Scotland Lecture 1, Who Were the Jacobites? And what did they want for Scotland? Now, I'm going to go, the YouTube channel is called Center for Scottish Culture. Now, so glad that Brother 832 came in to just remind folk what King James said his lineage is. So before I go into these clips, Brother Sean with the I got to refresh y'all memory. Let's go back to Brother Lee Cummings. I'm in the Negro question, part 4, the missing link. All right. I'm on page 8. I know that this image of King James, I know that this image of a black King James can be a little confusing because of your Western education, but this is the truth that is known by the rich and the elite in the world. That was the reason I paraded all the English historians and professors before I got into the bowels of this book. I had to get your mind ready to receive the truth. King James came from a long line of black Scottish steward kings. So you all get that? Steward kings. 343 years of rulership in Scotland. The stewards not only ruled in Scotland, they ruled France, Spain, Ireland, England, Britain, Wales. King James was able to rule all of these lands because all of these people were of Iberian black descent. They were the same people. If you look in the ball in his hand, it represented the world rulership, and there was only one other group of world leaders who used this type of symbolism, and they were the Byzantine Roman emperors. Remember, they told the English that they were Roman citizens. This is proof. Let me see. There was another man who made the same boast, and if you have wisdom, you know who I'm talking about. This is one of the signs of scholarship. When you are able to read the symbolism of images. In my research, I found out that the ancient Scottish was a tribe from Northeast Ireland, which means the Scots are really Irish. So if I have seen an ancient Scot, I have seen an ancient Irishman, and if I have seen an ancient Irishman, then I have seen an ancient Briton. All right, so I am going to go into, let me try to pull this video again. And we're going to have to break this up. Yeah, because they was throwing so much out here with this particular lecture. It was only an hour and something and some change. I want to say hour and 43 minutes. I had to chop it up. But they put a lot of information in here. Now, those of us that have rocked with this platform through Black Nobility, you know, when they're talking about these kings, they are all melanated, okay? So when they talk about King James, they talk about Charles, all of them. These are melanated folk. All right? So that includes the Jacobites. Okay? So now I'm YouTube family. I'm about to change the image slideshow, and you about to see images that's going to correlate with this talk. All right? So let me get the little first half ready to share with you all. Let me position this microphone properly. So again, this is off of the YouTube channel. It is called Center for Scottish Culture. All right, the History Scotland Lecture 1. Who were the Jacobites and what did they want for Scotland? Here we go, fam.
Who described it as an admirably balanced volume which should be required reading. It was, of course, chosen as History Today top title by Jeremy Black, that well-known member of the Scottish Resistance. It was a country life recommendation, and recommended as the best book on its subject by General James Campbell of US Air Command and Staff College. And of course it was commissioned by Sir Hugh Strawn, who occupies the senior military history chair in the UK. I say that not as a matter of boosterism, these things are found easily enough on the web, but actually that it's interesting that in Scotland, and in Scotland alone, some of what I'm about to say remains controversial, even though it is part of the evidence and part of the structure, and it opposes much of the structure of British history which preceded it. Jacobitism has been called by British historians the last struggle of barbarism against civilization. It's been called a romantic episode of a few ruined adventurers and exiles, a fantasia of misrule in defiance of Parliament and its laws, the product of a savage Highland horde as alien as a war party of Iroquois, and we're getting closer to the present all the time, and indeed even closer to the present. Neil Ferguson recently described it as a band of Highlanders wishing to impose Catholicism on the rest of Britain. Well, that's very interesting, but it hasn't got very much to do with what the Jacobites actually wanted. And here's Christopher Duffy, the Sandhurst historian, saying that perceptions are now even shaped by the propaganda of King George's supporters in 1745 and 1746. With slight variations, professional historians have answered, when asked to describe the Jacobites, that they are, quote, thieving Catholic Highland bastards, unquote. Now, that was something that a Sandhurst historian felt sufficiently indignant to say 15 years ago. But I think that one of the interesting things I've found is that this issue is not a major issue any longer in terms of what I'm going to say isn't a major issue any longer in England. This is a Jacobite medal, a Reddite medal from 1708. It describes the realms which James the Eighth and Third, the old Chevalier, but not, I hope, the old Pretender, wanted to be restored to in that year. So he wanted to be restored to be king of Britain, right? No. He wanted to be restored to be king of a multi-kingdom monarchy, a confederal kingdom, not entirely distinct, and certainly that's what his supporters in Scotland and Ireland wanted, not entirely distinct from the dual monarchy of the Austria-Hungary Compromise of 1867, but actually very like the 17th century state of Spain, in which the Kingdom of Castile dominated, but which was a multi-kingdom monarchy. Multi-kingdom monarchies are not unusual in the early modern period. It's very important to stress, when I'm going to quote some Jacobites in a moment, it's very important to stress that Jacobites were not the friends of Nicholas Sturgeon. They were not close to Alex Salmond, and they probably wouldn't have seen eye to eye with Mike Russell, though sometimes I'm not sure. But what they did want was a radically different political settlement and religious settlement, the restoration of the Episcopal Church, which seems less important to us now, but is significant in Jacobite thinking, Scottish Jacobite thinking, which was different from the one they had or the one they got. This is an anti-Walpole medal against the imposition of the excise in Scotland. One of the interesting things about it is not that it's anti-Walpole, that's 10 a penny. It's very heavily worn. And what you repeatedly find is that in museum holdings, Jacobite and anti-British government medals are often very worn, and they're naturally not on display because they're the worn ones. Why would you display them? No one can see what there is.
So I'm gonna just pause and say, YouTube family, when you see that coin flash across the screen, you're gonna see that the face is scraped off. Now he's saying that the face is scraped off because it's been in circulation. I'm saying the face was scraped off purposely because it would hide those melanated features. Okay? All right, so let me let dude finish, and we'll come back and chop it up a little bit. That image should be coming across now regarding that coin.
There. But actually, that's the interesting thing. They're worn because they've circulated extensively. Years of wear, of passing from hand to hand, have created this kind of wear on the coins and medals. And that itself is symbolic of the extent to which they circulated among those who wanted a change in the British state and a change in the British government. Now, ever since the 1960s, Jacobitism has often been described, it's described currently by a lot of sources in Scotland as a civil war. So that's important because that's not what people thought at the time. And it isn't actually what they thought up to the 1960s generally, as the Forbes Monument in Culloden to the clans who gave their lives for Scotland and Prince Charlie indicates. This is a contemporary map by a French officer serving with the Jacobites of, in all probability, of l'armée écossoise and l'armée angloise, the English and the Scots army, facing each other at Culloden. It's not an accurate description, but it's a description you can easily find in the views of the Jacobites at the time. One of the things that we must be very wary of in writing history is making history fit the needs of the present. I emphatically don't want Jacobitism to fit into a modern Scottish nationalist perspective, but it absolutely cannot fit into a modern Scottish unionist perspective either. And to describe Jacobitism as a civil war is only to identify it and having been defeated. The change that these people wanted was easily shown by what they were prepared to do to secure it. In 1689, Viscount Dundee, who of course commanded forces loyal to James VII in Scotland, raised around 3,000 to 4,000 men. That was the peak strength of the army, including some Irish. In 1715, I'm not sure what happened between 1689 and 1715, but somebody who knows more about it can tell me. In 1715, 22,000 Scots, probably 70%. I'm taking Daniel's figures here. They're more than certain. They are actually on the high end, but most of the figures have been very close to that over the years. 70% of the defensible strength of Scotland came out, despite the risk of the treason legislation, to fight for what exactly? Well, James VII put in 1692, "'Tis the true interest of the crown to keep that kingdom, Scotland, separate from England." In 1713, one of the reasons they banned Tartan in 1745 was that it really annoyed people, because the Jacobite, it was a mute protest and therefore unprosecutable, and the Jacobite set of tartan appeared in Edinburgh in 1713, as also did Liberty gloves, which were all in white and had Liberty printed in gold on the inside of the wrist, so that that would be rather difficult to see. I think the term liberty is very important. I'm going to return to it briefly later. In 1714, James VIII issued a declaration, as the continental powers recognised, he issued a declaration in favour of a free and independent Scots Parliament. And that year, the Jacobite unrest at Perth cried, "No union." When the rising of 1715 came, it came in the hands of one of the implementers of the union, the Earl of Mar. But the Earl of Mar had done something which is entirely possible in politics. He changed his mind. And so, in his manifesto, he said quite clearly, the present quarrel, this manifesto was meant to draw in men and money to the cause, and it certainly did. The present quarrel turns upon these 2 points, the restoring our lawful natural king and the dissolving the union. Mar implemented the cess taxes at pre-union levels. He wrote, for example, to Spalding of Ashton Tully on offering him a colonel's commission, "Whether the king lands or not, our aim is to march south, dissolve the union, and redress the grievances of Scotland." In a further declaration, Mar noted that he resolved at the hazard of his life and fortune to what in him lay for his country's honour and to dissolve the union. He had been ordered by King James as soon as possible to emit and publish a declaration against the union. And even after the losing draw at Sheriff Muir, away goals count double, the association terms at Perth in 1715 were never admit of terms till the king was restored and the union broken.
Okay, so let me put a little bit of something on that. So again, this is off of the YouTube channel Century for Scottish Culture History, Scotland Lecture, Part 1. Who were the Jacobites and what did they want for Scotland? All right, so I found it really, really interesting, and just wait, because I got about 2 more parts to this. What I want you all to pay attention to is the strikingly similarities from what went down over in Europe with the Jacobites or the Stuarts and them, and what wind up going down over here in the Americas. All right. So the first striking thing to me was the Union. Fighting against the Union. Civil War. Now, according to him, he was saying that it wasn't a civil war. Just like those of us that truly study the true story, not his story, we know that what they're deeming over here in the Americas as a civil war was some bullshit as well. All right. So I'm just going to refresh people's memory on the Jacobites so we can be clear on whom is whom. All right. So again, I'm with Brother Lee Cummings, The Negro Question, Part 4, The Missing Link. I'm on page 13. King Charles II, King of Scots. All right. And at the top of this page, he has a picture of melanated King Charles and that same coin that you're going to see flash across the screen with the motherfucking scratched out face. I'm willing to bet that was King Charles because the hair is exactly the same. All right. The son of King Charles I, and whose nickname was Black Boy. He was the king of England, Wales, France, Scotland, Hibernia, Spain, and Ireland. It is important that we begin to dialogue about the history that is currently being taught in these so-called schools of higher education. This dialogue cannot simply end at the governmental level. We must also include the churches in this dialogue. I am a firm believer that when the church's responsibility to step in and fill in the gaps. That'll never happen, but anyway. People go to church for the wrong reason, to feel good about themselves, but you should go to church to increase knowledge, to continue to grow your muscles or your mind, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm trying to get past that. Yeah. La, 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 la. Okay, now I want to examine the events surrounding the disappearing of these Black people. Every good book needs a bad guy. And the bad guy in this book is Oliver Cromwell, the protector of the crowns of England. Now, before I go on, Brother Sean, who just recently got stripped for being classified as one of the civilized tribes, melanated folk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cromwell.
And in your aruness, who was the chief of that said tribe? Who is the chief of that said tribe?
Supposed to be Cromwell.
Right. What, isn't dude's last name Cromwell, melanated man?
Yeah, Cromwell. Yeah. Indeed.
Okay then. Let me motherfucking reread this part. And the
With all his
reason why
medals.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
With all his medals and ribbons and
right,
nightly appointments and everything.
Exactly. But you are chief of an indigenous tribe? And of these lands, of these Americas? And you expect me to have empathy and sympathy? Get the fuck out of here. So let me reread this stuff. Every good book needs a bad guy, and the bad guy in this book is Oliver Cromwell, the protector of the crowns of England. They call this guy the protector of the three crowns, but was he really? If you are the protector of the crowns, then you don't execute the king and his subjects. I have tried desperately not to mix the church and religion in this book, but the facts of the matter is that this was some type of churchism. It appears from verbiage of the Solomon League Covenant and the introduction to the original King James Bible that the three kingdoms, Britain, Ireland, and Scotland, were opposed to the popes and Catholicism. It appears that contrary to what you heard King Imes, let's be clear. Because remember, the letter J didn't come till a little bit after. So anytime today we see something called J, it was really expressed with an I. So King James is King Imes, was not a Catholic, nor were Ireland, Scotland, and Britain. I deliberately spell Britain as Brit, B-R-I-T -A-I-N. The two words mean something important. Get a concordance and look up the word A-I-N, suburb of Benjamin, Judah, and Levi. So, we know who that is, but he's going to tell us who it is. And then use the internet to see what the word Brit means, which he's giving it to you. Covenant in the original Hebrews. In the original King James Bible, King James spelled his name I-A-M-E-S. Why would he do that? The letter I is the Hebrew letter Zion. Not only did King Imes use Hebrew letters to spell his name, he also nicknamed himself Jacob. I had no intentions of dealing with the Jacobites or Covenanters, but in order to gain a clearer picture of the people who came into captivity, one must give this careful consideration and respect. All right, so I'm gonna stop there, but I just wanted to once again go back to Brotherly Cummings, the Negro Question, Part 4, the missing link, to point out to you how King James and them identified as the Jacobites, where that originally stemmed from. And just remind people who King James was from a melanated perspective, as well as King Charles. And we would also have to assume Cromwell was melanated, the original. Okay, so I'll pause, Brother Sean or Sis, in case you want to put something back on it before we pick back up into the video's blood and I'm talking about.
We already discussed that about the I.
Yes.
Yeah. And you look at the spelling of his name with that I am.
That's pretty powerful.
I don't think he called himself James with the hard J sound like that. I believe it was that with the I.
Mm-hmm. I am what I am, which is science, which is metaphysical, is science, and it has a lot of power to it. Very good point, Brother Sean.
It's just with the translating from one language to the next. Mm-hmm. It's watering it down. Every name back then was associated with a certain frequency.
Right.
That's why they're invoked in certain rituals. They decide what time of the year, what person it is that you're going to acknowledge.
Indeed.
And tap into. Out of the billions of ancestors that have gone before us, don't you wonder why it's only certain ones that they give you time and time again?
Yep.
Every year at a certain time. It's a ritual.
Absolutely it is.
And you're not benefiting from it.
No, you're not.
You know all these people that they choose to put before you. And the more research we do, the more we find out they're all fucking related.
Yep.
You do all this research about their bloodline and continue to give them power.
Absolutely.
And don't know shit about your bloodline.
About your own. Yep.
They might be having you perform a ritual, meaning your actual ancestors. Not
That's
just
right.
about all black people as a whole, the ancestors. Not your actual bloodline.
That's right.
That's what the fuck you should be worried about. In discovering who these other motherfuckers is that they keep throwing up in my face, one us to worship and pray. These the kings of fuckery.
Right.
The gods of fuckery. Black the fuck out. And all these motherfuckers today is trying to do is emulate them.
Yep.
They have no ambitions of their own. All this shit is old. They're being told what the fuck to do.
Yep.
We all allow this.
Exactly.
Why? You protesting, you rioting, you tearing up shit. You got more flat screens than you could look at.
Right.
So, I mean, now what? They scare you saying that, you know, we having more cases. Okay, but we're not having more deaths. Motherfuckers still getting the flu, pneumonia. People still dying of heart disease every day.
They're not classifying it.
And more pertinent to us, you still got niggas killing each other all day, every goddamn day.
Air day. Yep. Air day.
Mass shootings in Chicago. I mean, y'all can sit up and go viral showing a stack of bricks. Why y'all ain't showing the motherfuckers dumping them loads of guns down in the hood?
Exactly.
No, but y'all choose to go get the gun. You didn't kill the nigga you grew up with.
Exactly.
Yep.
Not some strange nigga.
Right.
Not that you should just be running around killing any nigga for no goddamn reason, but somebody you actually fucking grew up with and broke bread with.
Right.
Went to school with, spent the night over each other's house. Like shit.
Right.
And that's the only person you got enough animosity and fear in your heart to hurt.
Exactly.
But we supposed to keep pointing the finger at the white man.
Exactly.
Who the Moors taught everything they know.
Everything.
They said it. They said it. They said it. We didn't say it. They
nope.
said it.
They said it.
But y'all ain't mad at them. Y'all didn't know how much paperwork with them.
And got locked the fuck up.
and y'all still looking for a way out after all that paperwork. I mean, but they got you right now. Because Trump going back to the organic constitution. They finna start putting melanated people back in positions of power.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say they was giving the nigga real power. There's a position of power where you might be able to do a little something for your family. You ain't gonna be able to do too much for all them other niggas, though. Because if you and your family want to keep that German sled in that big house, yeah, you know what you got to do, nigga.
Mm.
We gonna tell you which niggas you gonna help.
Right.
Other than that, it's back to the hood with you, nigga.
Right.
What you thought? But they got us so fucked up. The hood is the reservation.
Absolutely,
that
it
you
is.
complain that you don't got.
Damn.
They tell you that you have to be affiliated with the tribe or, you know, in your ways, acting according to your customs. Everything that you fucking do is original, dumbasses. It's part of your culture. That's why you can see videos of some of the dances looking like tribal dances, this, that, or the other. It ain't that far removed from your blood.
Exactly.
Everything you do is original and they commercialize it.
That's right.
You're still within your culture. That's why they keep stealing shit from you. How they gonna steal something from you that they gave to you?
Exactly.
They can't.
They can't.
They keep you around doing this, that, or the other. See what type of conditions they can put you up under, and you still come up with beautiful shit.
Still
come up with beautiful the whole shit. Time.
That's right.
And then give it away to them and let them take credit for it.
Yep. Yep.
But that's the perspective that they gave you, that you're losers, that you're nothing, that you need them.
That's
but
right.
The whole time you're creating and they're surviving.
God damn it, say it. That's right, Brother Sean. God damn it, bring it. It, you know, from the way that we wear our hair, it can be found in motherfucking stone. In stone. From the tattoos. From the motherfucking crip walk. To the catching the Holy Ghost in church. That's rituals from your ancestor lineage. Now, this is a true story. My sis can testify. I've been sending her articles because I'm pissed the fuck off. I was re-upping on my motherfucking big mama gowns, all right? That I wear around in my fucking house chilling. Now that shit is a motherfucking trend, family. Now Karen and them motherfucking ass, Karen, Becky and them motherfucking stinking asses. Now they going out wearing the big mama gowns. So I goes to purchase mine to re-up on my motherfucking gowns. The motherfucking price then doubled. Now, I grew up with my grandmother and them wearing those gowns. It was a fucking rite of passage. Now, some call them dusters. Some call them moo-moos. But that's what I grew up with, seeing my grandmother and them do. They'll wear it around the house. A little bit more fancy ones, they'll go to the motherfucking store and shit in them. So now, I picked up the shit about 10 years ago wearing them in the crib to chill. Now, that shit is mainstream. Karen, Becky now wanna wear them outside and shit. So you are absolutely right, Brother Sean. And y'all wanna sit up and talk about people in the hood. Let's be clear. Culture, vultures, all the fashions that you see, they take that shit directly from the quote, quote, motherfucking hood. All of these Caucasian celebrities running around with this bright ass hair and this bright ass lipstick. Bitch, let me tell you something. They've been doing that shit in Atlanta for at least fucking 10 years in the quote, quote, hood. At least fucking 10 years. With the bright ass pink hair, purple hair. The bright ass lipstick, all of that shit. So Brother Sean is absolutely correct. Which once again, melanated people, you are the driving force energy of the realm. You create the shit. That's why it is important for you to create the world you want to live in. So, very, very good point. Purple Pill had dropped in the YouTube chat room. He said, and Purple Pill, I'm paraphrasing because I'm pretty sure this is what you mean. He dropped in there, Yakub. So in other words, Jacob, i.e. Yakub. And if that's not what you meant, let me know, Purple Pill, in the chat. All right, family. So let me get back.
Oh, he's saying Yakub.
Yakub. I'm mispronouncing the shit. Yakub. Yeah. Yeah. Jacob. Yakub.
You know what? That's like the what's them people? The Muslims and the Moors. Because the Muslims and the Moors believes in that Yakub created the white man,
right,
and utilized them to take down us. And they think they're separate people, you know, the Muslims and the Moors, but
they're
I
one
understand
and the same.
One and the same thing.
Yeah.
They said he created those people. You know, my oldest son was here, and I started telling them exactly where they got them folks from, those white folks. I said they went down into Africa. There's a map, the Mercator map of 1853.
Absolutely. Tell us, sis.
Where they went down there and got those people and made them and sliced and diced them. So he didn't say a word. He just sat there. So I was just thinking, when you talk about Cromwell was supposed to be serving the kings as far as some of the history I read about him, but he also was the one, I think, who did the Irish takedown, and he also did traitorship with the kings and killed them too. So to me, it reminds me of the Hawaiian king that wasn't the king.
Same thing, sis.
Yeah, they come in there with the same skin tones, befriend the indigenous leaders, and then they take them down. So King James First or Second, whatever, he went into the Europe and befriended the indigenous people.
Exactly.
And so somewhere along the line, they stole the titles from them. So That's what I'm hearing, and Cromwell was complicit in a lot of that stuff because they trusted him. And
exactly.
then
he turned against them. Exactly. Exactly,
yep.
sis. Because remember, they said the Jacobites said that they are the Hebrews, and the Hebrews said their gods told them that, you know, they can go to the motherfucking lands and take other people's shit.
But then again, over here, when they came over here, they came because the Moors had already, or I have to kind of throw the Bible back in here, the Canaan had already been here and took the land from the originals. And then they were run out. And then they came back with the Moors and the Yaqub or whatever, and took the land back again. Because they weren't given this land because we were given it, right? That's why we're here. So they came over here and took it again, because that's what they're trying to do, is recapture the whole world that is not theirs to take.
Exactly.
And so that's what I was listening to, and I've had some studies on that kind of stuff with Cromwell and this James stuff and what he's all about. He's pretty much a Moor. And, so, well, what can I say? Or a Muslim.
Right. And in the chat room, they're saying, Sis Divinity says, big head scientist Yaqub. And then Clarence Beaver says, NOI said big head scientist.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Absolutely. And if you pay close attention to some of the coats of arms of Europe, you will see, because I think we displayed, damn, Sean, which one you had me pull up that had the motherfucking Islam sign on it? We just covered it.
Iroquois.
Yeah, Iroquois.
Oh, yeah.
God damn it, ding, 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 ding. Yep. Had that motherfucking Islam stuff on it, and flashing across the screen, family, on one of the Jacobite quotations, somebody quoted, and he's gonna say it in this next clip, talking about the motherfucking Iroquois. So let me go on and get with the little video, y'all, the little second part. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
It's like the Moors, everybody should know by now. They've been running this for centuries.
Yep.
And we weren't all overthrown. We weren't all enslaved.
Right.
Still to this day, there are bloodlines that have not been touched in that way.
True.
If they didn't start incorporating and stuff into the late early 1900s. They tell you about the 100-year Indian Wars. They tell you about their whole history of war.
Yeah.
If they still finding areas of land here that they ain't never seen before, plants and animals they ain't never seen before, them motherfuckers just now making the progress that they didn't make.
Right.
They're making progress daily.
Agreed.
Or at least they thought
they were. Yeah. Now the time has run out based on them negative birth rates. You weren't here with us earlier when now they're publicly admitting that they are currently in negative birth rate. And when I say they, I am speaking on Caucasian. Exactly. We've been done known that. So I am speaking on the Caucasians at this point. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Oh, they ain't got no choice but to start admitting stuff, because then that way they feel as though they can get some sympathy being equal now. We're all equal. And now with the new equality, the white women are going to be lining up for chocolate meat.
Well, that was already happening. Shit.
No, I mean, it's about to hit another high, because these brothers can get them pregnant, with them white men can't.
Yeah, but that's not gonna help them negative birth rates. Caucasians.
I understand that.
Yeah. I'm just letting them know that, Brother Sean. I know you understand, but I'm just letting them know that's not gonna help. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
By any means necessary, they gonna try and leave a germ or something left with some melanin to protect it. Now, I can't tell you who to love, or who to love. Mama gonna tell you. And when she get to telling you shit, I ain't got nothing to say. Wow. I'm going in my room, I'm closing the door, I'm turning off the light, the TV, everything. I'm getting up under the bed. I was asleep, Mom.
Yep.
I didn't even hear you fucking up.
No.
I was asleep.
Exactly. And, again, I say, she has the last word. Don't come to me. Explain that shit to the plasma. And that's across the board, just not for Caucasian people. It just so happened to be your motherfucking turn tonight, because we on these goddamn negative birth rates. And you all really need to dig into the science of what that means, dig into the science, the real science of genetics, and start doing your due diligence on who you are.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to lose the purity. Remember, y'all was the greatest thing since white bread.
But the purity got them to the point of the fucking negative birth rates.
But remember, they're the purest thing. They're white. They're next to God.
And why didn't your gods, the Moors, motherfucking tell you that?
Because they know best. We're not to question them. You get blocked that way.
Well, we had this conversation in the beginning. When you go back to listen to it, Brother Sean, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. Caucasians.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of articles on it lately.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, it's really the day of reckoning for you. I'm not making this shit up. Brother Sean's not making this shit up. No, we're not being racist. We're talking about the elements. This motherfucking UV radiation that's off the charts.
Yeah, but if you just use your eyes, how many white women do you see pregnant?
Not very many.
And that started, Brother Sean. I started noticing that shit, or hearing about it low key, in the 80s. That's where all of that fertility motherfucking clinics came into play.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
Now, am I making the shit up or not? No.
Oh, and that's when they started having all them twins and quintuplets
exactly.
and 6 and 8 babies.
They call it IV something, in vitro fertilization.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, that really started kicking up in the 80s. Although their birth rates, Caucasians' birth rates, have always been relatively low. And the article that I read earlier from the Associated Press, low key, kind of said that they were boosting up their numbers in the Americas via immigration. So it is what it is.
Yeah, because all immigrants have to be classified as white.
Yep,
when
we
they
talked
become
about
citizens.
She didn't cover it. You were on it, girlfriend.
Yeah, and that was just off the cuff, y'all, because I literally had just got that article literally right before I jumped on the air. I'm like, oh, really now? All right, so we're going to go into the part 2. And again, this is YouTube Center for Scottish Culture. History, Scotland Lecture 1. Who were the Jacobites? And what did they want for Scotland? Okay. Let me go to part 2. And pay attention, because he's going to throw up in there about the Iroquois. So here we go, family.
A declaration against the Union. And even after the losing draw at Sheriff Muir, away goals count double, the association terms at Perth in 1715 were never admit of terms till the king was restored and the Union broken. I think we're getting, a pattern here. Quite a straightforward pattern, which one can go on, which one can note that the local manifesto issued at Dundee, the Declaration of 1715, was to dissolve and put an end to that unhappy union, and that individual agents, senior agents in the Jacobite cause, like the Earl of Nithsdale, desired to deliver my native country from the oppression and misery under which it groans, and gave that as his reason for joining the rising. Captain John Nairn likewise joined the rising to assist in dissolving the Union and making Scotland a free nation. Robert Freeburn, the Edinburgh printer, in his call to arms in 1715, said that you should show you're indeed Scotsmen by joining the army. Our whole nation either is or pretends to be sensible of the mischief of the Union. And of course, Shillis na Kepach described the Union as an onion. Political settlement, both an onion and the Union in Gaelic, the political settlement that makes you cry. Well, one of the things, however, that one needs to get into perspective is not just those kind of high points, if that's what they are, or low points of the Jacobite risings of 1715 and 1745, but the workaday policy in between. And one of the things one frequently gets, and here it is in a report of the painter, the Scottish, quite well-known Scottish painter, John Alexander, the father of Cosmo Alexander, another Jacobite painter, to Mar in 1718. The description of the navy, he was doing some Jacobite espionage, a very common practice among many Scots. The expansion of the Italian art market in Scotland in the 18th century is an amazing tribute to the free flow of information between the Italian states and Scotland for politically subversive purposes as well as other things. But John Alexander described the fleet as the Royal Navy as the English fleet. This was typical. It was typical Jacobite discourse, and we'll see it again. And at the bottom of the page, I put another declaration from James in 1718. George Lockhart, head of King James's business in Scotland for much of the 1720s, wrote in July 1719 that the Earl Marshal should publish a manifesto in which, after having enumerated the many grievances attending the Union, he should declare that it is the King's intention to restore his Scots subjects to their ancient right and independent state, and that he himself and those with him appear in arms as well to redeem the nation as to restore the King. And so on, and so on. right up to the 10th of October 1745, when Charles Overstreet declares at Edinburgh, with regard to the late unhappy union, the king cannot possibly ratify. Well, I think we've got the drift, and quite honestly, you won't find anything to speak of on the other side of the argument as far as the Jacobites go. The question at issue is just how many Jacobites were there? Well, we might disagree on that, Chris and myself, but I certainly think there were quite clearly a lot. And Argyll estimated in 1715 the strength of the Jacobites north of the Tay at 100 to 1. That was rather fear politics. I'm sure he is sure it wasn't true, but quite clearly the majority of the population of Scotland lived north of the Tay. Certainly, if you believe the 1757 Webster census, which puts it at 51%, and the very large majority of that majority were Jacobites, and there were plenty of Jacobites south of the Tay too, as I'd be only too happy to demonstrate did I have longer. But what sort of polity did they want? I talked about a confederal polity, but one of the interesting things that happens, and this happens, I think, first of all, and it's something we'll be looking at in 2020, when the Declaration of Arbroath is first printed in its modern format in 1689, there are 4 further printings of the Declaration of Arbroath before the Union as part of the Union controversy. But the thinking of the Declaration of Arbroath, ultimately the Roman Republic thinking of libertas and a monarchy geared to satisfying the safeguarding of the state and and of very restricted form of popular sovereignty, is actually what Jacobite, not just Whig Jacobites, of whom there's so as they're called, there's some in the 1690s, but Jacobites of many colours start to move towards, and it is, for example, central to Forbes of Pitsligo, who is
Okay, so did you all hear him talk about the thinking of the Romans? And he also talked about the Jacobites being of many quote colors. So low key throwing in there, had to be melanated folk around, right? So that's low key him throwing in there. There were melanated people. So I'm saying all that to say all of these so-called scholars, they know that it was a melanated kingdom. So they only gonna throw you little bitty hints, because if they want to keep their funding, if they want to be able to survive in that particular craft, they have to stick to the script. So they'll throw you little hints, just like the author did in White Trash, when she said that Jackson was tawny. All right, we almost done. We only got like 4 more minutes, then we're gonna chop it up.
Colonel in the 1715 and General Force in 1745 in his thoughts on government. The idea that the Jacobites supported the divine right of kings, and that was why ordinary farmers and soap boilers, some of whom it is true were forced out, not the soap boiler, he was a volunteer, why they were they prepared to risk their lives for the cause was not because they supported the divine right of kings and they read its English apologists like Robert Filmer. It was for a much more varied complex of reasons to do, particularly in Scotland, with nationality and sovereignty and how that was understood.
All right, did y'all hear that? So the populace of Scotland supported the Jacobites, not because they believe in king rulership and quote monarchies. They supported them because of what? Nationality? Sovereignty? Where have we heard that before? Oh, okay then.
So coming to the rising of 1745, one of the interesting things is, not only in Charles Edward's routine, I have to say, of all the Stuart kings personally, they obeyed the politics of this, of course. James VII was the one who disliked the prospect of union most, even though he died before it happened. James VIII was pretty clearly anti-union, and Charles Edward is really a lot more equivocal, personally. But interesting to note that when Major General Lord John Drummond lands at Montrose in 1745, he says that he's going to come into this kingdom, Scotland, with written orders to make war against the King of England, sometimes called the Elector of Hanover, sometimes called the King of England. And Drummond is going to do that on behalf of Charles, Regent of Scotland, and that Scots should fight for their freedom under Charles, Steward of Scotland. Both terms are used. And one of the interesting things, I think it's pretty pertinent for those who think of this as a civil war, is that the Union flag is never carried in any way, shape or form, as far as I'm aware, by the Jacobite army, not even by its English recruits in, for example, the Manchester Regiment. Indeed, Bepi Byram's household in Manchester spends a long time making saltires in 1745 so that she can hand them out to the troops on St Andrew's Day, when the parole is, as it had been in 1715, St Andrew and Scotland. 2 months later, the Jacobites are, the Jacobite army review before Falkirk is on Bannockburn Moor. You can see this in the aftermath of the battle too. In Lovat speaking to Charles in terms reminiscent of Robert Bruce after Culloden, in Lord Balmerino going to the scaffold with a tartan blindfold in 1746, in Lord Lovat, whatever his faults, and there were many, dying the next year saying, Dulciet decorum est pro patria more, it is sweet and fitting to die for one's country, to Charles Edward Stuart once again referring to the plight of Scotland vis-a-vis the English government in his deposition to Louis XV on the 10th of November 1746. I don't mean that they were accurate in those things, in saying these things, but that is really what most of them believed. And they could put it even more extremely, as Chevalier de Johnson did, when he talked about Scottish history. The Scots, though much inferior to the English in numbers, had withstood them during a long and almost interrupted war of 1,000 years. And the Jacobites support sole consideration of being freed from the English yoke, and would give all Scotland would have infinite pleasure in ending the Union. And perhaps I think too, it was a European cousin who put it most succinctly when Giuseppe Marcantonio Beretti wrote to Boswell in 1768 in the midst of the Corsican War of Independence, which Boswell, or someone who might have been Boswell, certainly Boswell himself likened it to the Scottish case by heading his book on Corsica with a quote from the Declaration of Arbroath. Certainly been likened to the Scottish case. If the Corsicans win, there will be no rebels. And this will likewise, Beretti says, be the case when your Americans set up for themselves. This is 8 years before they did, of course. Not to say that it had been likewise the case if your Scotch had succeeded in their last rebellions. And this is where the terms rebel, civil war, and union and anti-union all come in. What Beretti is really saying is a classic truth, which is that the winners make history. The terminology the winners use confine the space in which the defeated can be understood. And that for everybody who says that Jacobitism was a civil war is right, but it was also a national struggle, because all national struggles are civil wars, whether in Greece in 480 BC, whether in Scotland in 1314, the dispossessed were all Scots who fought against Robert Bruce, or whether in America in 1776 to 83. It just so happened it became a national struggle because they won. The Jacobites lost, but just because we find it difficult to do them justice in the cultural memory of how Great Britain came to be, what it was in the 19th century is now, and who knows, maybe in the future, does not mean that if memory cannot do them justice, history can.
Okay, so I don't know what happened to the part. It must be, I must didn't back up enough. I do want to real quick, let me again give that reference of this video, but I also want to, once again, give the source. That's off the YouTube channel, Center for Scottish Culture, History, Scotland Lecture 1, Who Were the Jacobites? And what did they want for Scotland? So the part that I wanted you all to hear them say, I'm going to have to read it to you, versus them saying it. And it's in the slides that's going across the screen, YouTube family. Doggone it. Let me try to get this where I can read it. Now, if I would have wanted this to go up, basically what I'm trying to get at here, y'all, is that one of the historians was throwing shade at the Jacobites partnering up with the Iroquois nation. So let me pull it exactly. Now all of a sudden my to read the verbiage to you. All right. It's not acting right for me. Hold on a second. Let me try to pull it up. If not, unfortunately, you all will have to, on the playback, pause the video if I can't bring the picture up on my machine in order to get the exact quote from what that scholar was saying. Yeah, of course, it's not going to show up on my screen. Oh.
It says.
Go ahead, Brother Sean.
When he made that reference about the different races being there, a part of the Jacobite, I think he was just trying to make sure that we knew that pale skins were involved in it.
Damn.
Not letting us know that blacks was involved. They're always trying to place themselves in history.
True.
We was already here all over the planet. Everywhere they went, everywhere they looked, all they saw was nigger.
Yep. Tawny. Yep.
And the fact that they're not indigenous or aboriginal to anywhere on the planet. I mean, it's even speculation about them coming up the Caucasus Mountains or around that region. I mean, as far as for that, even with the Moors claiming to have created them, I mean, nobody's saying that but the Moors. Out of all the things that they have admitted,
right,
not one has admitted that. You have some speculate that they're the aliens and this, that, or the other. Or, you know, most of them think that God put them here.
Right.
There's just so much about history that's a lie.
Absolutely.
I'm getting to the point where I think we even give the Moors too much credit. We still ain't heard the giant side of the story.
True that.
Just because you killed them don't mean you built every goddamn thing. When we studied the giants, they were intelligent.
Absolutely.
They had new architecture, science, everything.
Absolutely.
They wasn't just no big oafs running around destroying and killing shit. At least not the Titans, anyway.
Exactly.
There's just so much that we need to find out within self.
Agreed.
Mama can remind us of everything. Everything that was and is a part of her is still here.
Right.
It didn't leave the planet. Return back to Mama.
Indeed.
But we choose everything but her.
Yep.
We submit to everything but her. You kneel and submit to an invisible sky daddy when Mama in all her glory encompasses everything you do.
Yep.
Every step you take, every move you make, you on Mama.
That's right.
And a goddamn thing you do when you ain't on Mama.
That's right.
Now, that's the only person that I know that knows every goddamn thing you do.
Exactly.
Because everywhere you are is a part of her. It's all connected to her.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they tell you you can't lie to your mom.
Sure can't.
When you was outside doing something you ain't had no goddamn business doing, and you come on the door and she's standing there with that shoe, and you think she didn't know.
Exactly.
Next thing you know, you on the floor.
Right.
Because you didn't tell the truth when you saw the shoe.
Exactly.
Knowing
she knew the
nothing.
answer. Yeah, she knew the answer when she asked your rack last. Exactly.
Same thing on the macrocosm. But you're waiting on everybody to save you, but Mama.
Sky Daddy now. Yep.
Everybody but Mama.
They waiting on a male deity.
No, but even before they waiting on that male deity, they waiting on this motherfucker they hate to send out another round of stimulus checks. That is the most important thing on niggas' mind.
Child.
No matter what's going on, full-out war, bioterrorist attack with this corona shit. It ain't a virus, it's a bacteria. White folks still going crazy. You got some praying, but then you got others ramping up their attacks and this, that, and the other.
Right.
Go see about more shit in the news, this, that, and the other.
Right.
People forget. These next wave of motherfuckers you're going to see is NRA members. Ex-militant.
Yep.
I mean, you Antifa out for them. They're already about to go in and put them up out of here.
Yep.
And after they do that, all the video footage left of is who?
Yep.
I mean, and it's clear footage of who doing what.
Right. Right.
running up out the stove with TV, shoes, everything, smiling in front of the camera.
Right.
A lot of motherfuckers about to go to jail being filmed by their homeboy or their homegirl.
Yep.
Y'all tell on each other for all the wrong shit. Y'all don't stick together for the right shit. I'm not telling you what to do or what not to do, but I remember a day where if a cop or two is by themselves in the hood fucking up a brother or a sister, that shit wasn't going to get filmed.
Sure what?
Because them cops was going to get fucked up.
Yeah, they was going to get dealt with. Yeah.
And wasn't nobody going to say shit.
Yep.
Didn't nothing even happen.
Yep. That was just the rules of the game. Yep.
But now y'all want to videotape shit, make it go viral, and then cry and protest.
Agreed.
Let a white motherfucker come down in the hood and get you all riled up.
Right. That's the thing I was pissed about with the protest. It's because it wasn't an original thought. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty much given to folks. And then everybody wanted to jump on the bandwagon.
But why they ain't mad about being lied to and being played?
Well, you know, according to them, we're the ones, the motherfucking liars. You know what I'm saying? No matter how many receipts we give, we're the ones, the motherfucking liars, and folks want to get in their goddamn emotions.
But we ain't labeled as terrorists.
Well, sips tea, sips tea.
I mean, as far as for a quote-unquote Aboriginal person, you should have no label in their system, period. You're not supposed to be in it.
Right. Indeed.
You only have citizens, terrorists, and their enemies.
Right.
But they all friends. Because it's a game of commerce.
It is. It is commerce.
It's a matter of who's going to be in power.
Yep.
Just like, quote-unquote, niggas tired of being on the bottom, the poor white trash tired of being on the bottom.
Absolutely. It's the same
YouTube,
script. It's the same
right,
motherfucking script. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They got YouTube and everything, too. They reading all these sovereign, looking at all this sovereign citizen shit.
Yep.
But the difference is they got the pale skin. So they get over a little easier.
Right. For now, that's quickly ending.
And as you see, they basically use them to be serial killers. MK Ultra.
Yep. It's sad. It's real sad.
They still being used.
Yeah, it's sad. It really is.
And our people volunteer to be used.
Yep.
They created their little organization.
Yep.
And tried to have them strictly all white.
Yep.
Making sure that you knew who was in control or appeared to be in control.
Right.
But y'all demanded to be a part of everything.
Right.
And leave everything that was yours.
Yep.
Those are the trinkets that our ancestors fell for.
Yep.
A different way of life, where you actually have to work and earn what Mama has already been giving you for millions upon millions of years.
Yep.
Mama has been given to you. And you decided you wanted to play a game where you let them own shit, and you have to work to get shit from them that they getting from your mama.
Yep. For free. For free. Let's not forget for free. And in abundance.
Oh, yeah, and you providing the labor.
Yep. Indeed.
Okay. I digress.
Yeah, no, great drop, Brother Sean, great drop. So, family, just I finally was able to get this little image together, and I'm not gonna display it because if I display it from my desktop, it takes up a lot of memory, and I don't want to mess up the feed to YouTube. So I'm gonna read it, but this is flashing across the screen. So one of these quote scholars, historians named Trench in 1973 said a savage Highland horde as alien as a war party of Iroquois. So in that particular video, and I apologize that I thought I had included that little part where this historian Trench was talking about that. He was pretty much calling out the Jacobites for partnering up with the Iroquois. Brother Sean's sips tea. Who wrote the declarations in America and the Constitution? Who they say wrote that? That's real Southern. Who they say?
The Iroquois.
Sips tea.
Mm-hmm. The Iroquois.
On that Confederacy, the Iroquois Confederacy flag that we displayed a couple of weeks ago, what symbol was on that motherfucker?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was it not the crescent moon?
Mm-hmm.
And the motherfucking sword?
Mm-hmm.
Representing Islam?
Mm-hmm.
So, let's just...
Sounds like Moors to me.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
It sounds like Moors to me. And Muslims. I saw a movie, a Moorish, a Muslim movie, caricature, and it was telling the story of Yaqub. And he was some creature from under the ground or from outer space or something in that caricature, cartoon thing. And he fell in love. No, he was a child of the parents who violated some kind of directive and married each other. Did you see that, Brother Sean?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Anyway, so that's where they got Yaqub from, and then Yaqub was a scientist, a mad scientist, and they were showing him that he kind of like weeded out by selective DNA, right, the darker ones from the lighter ones until they got the white ones. And some of the babies that were created that was still dark, he threw them overboard and all that kind of stuff.
Genetic breeding. That's all. Genetic breeding.
Mhm.
So
that's exactly.
So, and since you got background noise coming in, so Brother 832 says Iroquois Confederacy and the other founding fathers claimed by the Moorish Amexem. Right. So, we done already told y'all Jackson, and actually, in our motherfucking defense, we didn't tell you shit. I just suggested, and I said I didn't have the receipts to back it up, that I'm willing to bet that the so-called founding fathers, at a minimum, a lot of them were probably mulatto or mixed. And white trash, the 400-year untold history of class in America, said that Andrew Jackson was tawny and that his wife was referred to as a fat black wench. Those aren't my words. Those are her words through her research. And then Sis Cheryl found an old flyer with John Adams on it, melanated like a motherfucker. And that's not even including, because you got to even back up from the whole fucking founding fathers concept, because that only starts with the contract for commerce, i.e. the Constitution. You got to back that motherfucker up. What about the other presidents before George Washington that held those seats of power that were all melanated? So meaning this concept of Pres O being the first melanated president is a fucking flat out lie. Abe Lincoln was melanated. So absolutely correct, Brother 832. So let's just refresh. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Because when we had all the melanated presidents, the Moorish presidents, it was up under the Articles of the Confederacy.
Absolutely.
The Organic Constitution.
Yep, the Organic Constitution. White people, Caucasians, pay the fuck a close attention. Pay close attention. You don't even have a right to that motherfucking Organic Constitution that you talking about. You don't even have right to that, because it wasn't written for you motherfucking in mind. Your quote-quote ancestors and all that, they didn't write it. They weren't in power. They didn't even hold the seats of power. They stepped into this shit. They were given this shit. It was already established. We keep telling y'all that what you all are calling that Constitution does not apply to the populace. It's a contract for corporations for the purpose of commerce. So, Caucasian people, white people, get your motherfucking folk together, because they are delusional. They are very much so delusional. If they think that they're going to be able to benefit from a quote going back to an organic constitution, It ain't gonna happen. It wasn't set up for you all. It was set up for the monarchies, for them and theirs, to perpetually make commerce, currency, wealth, estates for them and theirs. So melanated people, don't get happy. Don't motherfucking get happy with your motherfucking legs crossed, thinking you about to kick it up, because that shit wasn't written for your ass either. And I don't give a fuck if your genealogy supposedly and allegedly ties back to the melanated folk. If you were in the crew, you would know you in the crew. You would already be at a minimum a multi-millionaire. Let me say that again. Melanated people, don't get happy. Don't get happy. Don't think you finna get the big ups. And I don't care if you say your lineage tie back to one of these monarchies, because if it does, you already motherfucking know this information and we present it. You would already be a multi-millionaire at a minimum. So everybody get your shit in order. Pick your head up out the sand. Because what's really going on is just the remix of the remix. Because I think earlier Purple Pill put in the YouTube chat that the old world is the remix of the new world. And so now they finna try to remix the shit. But it's the same shit. So I'm not interested, melanated people, and being on top to rule over a motherfucking person. To rule over the Caucasians, to make them my slave. I'm not fucking interested in that. Number one, it goes against natural law. I'm not interested in supporting a system that goes against natural law. And finally, as we keep telling y'all, Mother Earth gets to make the final decision. And I don't give a fuck who you are. That's including melanated people. So don't think that you don't have shit to be answering for. And that's including myself. Because if Mother Earth say, bitch, you gotta go, it is what it is. If the plasma gonna taste me in the ass, it is what it is. This is about your energy, your soul consciousness. All right, so other thing I want to run real quick. Last week, shout out to the caller that called in for the first time. And she was referencing the different Masonic orders and referencing the Melanated Masonic Order versus the Freemasons. And we talked about how the Melanated Order was older and pretty much at the highest level running things. So soon as I got off the air, it hit me. Wait a minute. Because the what she was saying was there is a difference between Freemasonry and the Masons. And then I thought, because I shared with her that, yeah, we know that well, not everybody know, this is common knowledge, but the melanated Masons got their chapter from Europe, and it's an older chapter, and that it was the Caucasians over in the Americas that were illegally setting up those temples, and they had to shut them down because they weren't authorized. So then it hit me. You know why it's called Freemasons? Because that represented the free whites that were finally allowed to have their temples. So I'm going to say that again slow. Since we are talking about white indentured servitude, the Freemasons represented the establishment of free whites that were given the okay to set up their Masonic order. And let's be clear, that approval still came from the older Masonic order, the older melanated Masonic order. Now, I could be wrong on that. I don't think I'm wrong, but I just want to put that out there as a follow-up. All right. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Remember on Rosewood, the white man that actually raped the woman? He was a Mason, and the black Mason helped him get away.
What? See, I don't remember Rosewood. I watched it. It was so long ago. I hate those trauma-ass movies. So if I see them, I'm only going to watch them once.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the white guy, he was trying to get away. And the only person he could find to help him was a black Mason. You know, he made him abide by the Masonic oath. You know, he like, I'm a Mason, you have to help me.
Damn.
Now, considering we know that in that whole Rosewood saga, those was free, quote unquote, black people, homeowners, business owners, this, that, or the other.
Yep.
So, who do you think was the Mason first?
Well.
Because the white guy was the one begging for help. The brother wasn't going to help him at first. He had to stress the thing about being a Mason.
So by oath, he had to.
Right. So if the white guy was a higher ranking Mason, or actually had the power, you wouldn't have had to throw that up in his face like that.
Sure wouldn't.
He'd have recognized and respected you right off the rip.
Right.
But it wasn't like that.
Deep.
I'm
sorry. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, in so many ways, they admit who the true power is.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't see it like that.
No, we don't see it like that. Nope.
You know, they looked at it like the nigga was just weak and scared.
Right. Right.
But he was being faithful to something that was original to him.
Right. That he was bound to by an oath that he took.
Right.
Deep H2O says, Sean is right. The camera zooms in on the black man's Masonic ring. And Purple
So
Pill.
slaves had Masonic rings.
Right. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And Purple Pill says ancient Kemet had mystery schools. Absolutely.
Right. Exactly. So they didn't, nothing that they have or do is original to them.
Exactly.
It's all our shit.
They
sat back and learned.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
They watched us do it to each other because people keep forgetting. As we bring up this black nobility and instead of other, we talk about these ancient wars where there were no quote unquote white people.
Right. Right.
So the empires that they were building, they was taking land and everything from indigenous people around the globe.
Exactly.
Around the planet.
Indigenous melanated people. Exactly.
Quote unquote black on black crime.
Which people want to get they motherfucking and they motherfucking emotions. I had to literally go off on 2 people about that black on black crime shit. Melanated people, because they don't want to look at it for what the fuck it is. And this shit been going on for thousands of years. And we're trying to get you all to see and tie it back to the different bloodlines. So that's the fuck on y'all if y'all want to still be with the fuckery. But I'm not co-signing none of that bullshit. Sis Cheryl says, constitutions are trust. Exactly. Trusts are contracts. You cannot contract for all the people. The constitutions have no authority.
Mm-hmm.
That's why y'all monk ass can never win in these fucking courts. Trying to pull that shit out your ass.
You have to be a party to the contract.
The last time I checked. Now that's according to their rules, right? We not making this up. Ain't that the fuck according to their rules?
True.
Yeah, but that's why they're taking these oaths now to it. And they doing it video, this, that, and other. That while we're going up under this new system, these patriots, they're taking their affirmation, they're taking their oath.
Yep.
To have their place in the new society, up under the new system.
Yep. They still gonna get their asses handed to them, but
oh yeah. I mean, that ain't nothing about to stop that.
Right.
I'm just saying, but right along with them, though, you have melanated people making that same pledge. I mean, I can understand you enjoying the show and seeing who doing what.
Right.
But in this day and age of knowing,
exactly,
to actually sit up there and make another pledge or oath or affirmation to the corporation, because this is about the Constitution.
That's right.
Which is the basis of their system and game. They're just switching, just changing up the pieces, updating the pieces.
Right.
Monopoly pieces don't look exactly the same. All the games upgrade. They've upgraded the game, the system, the gaming system when you're supposed to be upgrading your DNA.
That's right.
You choose to partake in an upgraded system instead of upgrading your system. You still want to be led.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
digress.
You think you playing checkers because you're on the whole patriot move. I mean, you think you're playing chess because you're on the whole patriot movement, and goddammit, you still playing checkers. Because like I done took and told y'all, you're not supposed to be on that motherfucking board no way at this point. You're supposed to be lockstep with the ethers, looking at this shit play out. So very, very good point. Shit. There was something I wanted. It was a comment I wanted to. Purple Pill. Before Masons, there were the Templar orders, Knights Templar, and they went nowhere.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Hey, another thing I want to point out, if the White House is run by Jewish people, the Jewish have a rule never to get involved with a Moabite, which would be a Moor. They're forbidden people. So if they're changing this guard over, they can't change it over to a Moor. They're not supposed to. Let me put it like that.
But they're not running things.
Who?
They're
I mean,
not running things. They're the front, so they don't get to make the decision. Let me tell you something.
Trump won't get a chance to make the decision.
He's not making no decisions because.
Oh, I mean,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
What I'm saying is they have people that's running for office right now. Some senators taking down part of New York, melanated people, and if they're Moors, they're going to lose too in the end. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not supposed to be the last people to rule, not the Moors.
I don't quite understand what you're saying. What does that have to do with the Caucasian Jews? That's the part that I'm missing.
Well, in the end, they're going to have to work with Trump if he's still in office. Or they're going to have to work with Biden if he's in office. Right? So right now they're setting up a lot of us as people who are running for office and is going to, be democratic, I think, right now.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if they're telling us by that Biden is going to be the next person.
He's not. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I don't think he would be either.
You already know that answer. He don't have the support.
What they're preparing you for is a galaxy of red. They're trying to go back to the organic constitution and make this a republic.
Exactly.
Again. If they can help it, there'll be no Democratic Party, period, ever again.
Yep.
Democracy has never worked.
It's demonocracy, actually.
But, the whole thing is the system. For there to be patriots, there has to be a patriarchal system.
Right.
It's going matriarchic. That's what it's supposed to go.
Yeah, well, not supposed to. That's what it is going to go
to. It is in this age, yeah.
Yeah.
In this age.
Yeah, so they can go on and hold up that motherfucking organic constitution to that plasma.
So somewhere there's going to be a super defeat of them. Somewhere, some kind of disaster or something is going to happen. That's, because...
I agree.
Well, yes, they got to go the way the ethers have set it up to the female side of the spectrum.
That's
already happened. Exactly.
Moors are more patriotic in their stuff.
Yeah, we know that. We know that. But
yeah, and
again, they could stand out there and tell that motherfucking plasma that. Tell it to mama.
That's what I mean. It can't be them that they're going to be able to hand this government over to. They're not supposed to be in power. That's what I'm saying.
We keep saying, all of it is going. It's crashing. Trump card is the last Trump card in the fucking deck.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's the cleanup man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That it's torrential rain in just about 90% of China.
Yep.
Flooding and everything. I mean, Mama taking care of them for this bullshit.
Yeah, they're going to get paid for it.
Anybody that's standing up for them don't get it.
Yeah.
I mean, if people pay attention to something other than the circus that we got going on here, the false flag shit, that, the other. Mama ain't playing.
No.
Some people ain't getting no rest. People think that this little lockdown or something.
Shit.
Imagine being on lockdown and it's a mudslide and the flood and hurricane and lightning and plasma strikes and all going on at the same time.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Brother Sean, and when you listen to the playback, you're gonna see the picture that happened here that I snapped. This shit is over with. I mean, you know, I'm just sitting back enjoying the motherfucking show. I see what it is. She's already showing you that, quote, quote, they don't have control.
No, they don't. They won't.
Plasma coming out the motherfucking sky. She done gave you niggas a sign. When she done struck the motherfucking White House with plasma, she done struck the motherfucking Vatican with plasma.
Did you see the one where the lightning was going back and forth to the White House?
Yeah, that was a plasma flash.
Yeah, it was going. I mean, wow, look at that.
Yeah, that's not including the earthquakes. Not including somebody put in the chat, and I can't remember the numbers. How many earthquakes that have taken place across Mama just in the month, just off the motherfucking chain. The goddamn dust storms coming into play, where now you motherfuckers really need those masks.
And the
UV radiation.
The locusts too, eating up the food.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, what the fuck else do y'all need?
Fish jumping out of the water.
Yeah, the fish like, god damn, this UV radiation. Jump. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck else do folk need?
Well, I didn't see that one. That's funny.
This shit is over with. It's done. Finito. This is the change of a cycle.
Yeah.
So, like the video we played earlier with the brother, New Earth Productions, when he talked about the new sun cycle and the coming plasma event, we keep telling y'all this shit is over with. All of these political theatrics, that's all the fuck it is. It is theater. I'm only going through this historical stuff for you all so you can be up on game on who was really in power, and you can see it's the same fucking pattern. This shit ain't new.
Gonna be different.
The Caucasian mud flood community, shout out to them. They done gave you receipt after motherfucking receipt after motherfucking receipt. That the Caucasians that are in quote, quote, power today, they didn't build shit. Them castles, all that shit was already there. They didn't know how to use the technology. So I don't know how many other ways we have to say this, where people are depending on Sky Daddy and, you know, depending on Q Elemento P now, depending on Trump card. Stop swinging on the white man's tit. Melanated folks, get up off your ass and create the world you want to live in, or shut the fuck up. I'm not interested in what Q Elemento P them say. I'm not interested in what the fuck Trump cards say. I'm not interested in no alleged arrest that somebody supposedly is getting arrested, some indictments. I'm not interested in none of that bullshit. It is theater.
Yeah.
Bring me back something from the future. That's what the fuck you bring back. You have to be prepared for the new energy. So melanated people that want to get on Caucasian people because of their motherfucking genetics and all of that jazz, don't you get motherfucking comfy cozy, boo. Because your vibration, your energy has to match the realm. So I'm going to say it again. I don't give a fuck about Q Elemento P them. I don't give a fuck about the elections. I don't give a fuck about the financial system. I don't give a fuck about what Trump card is allegedly and supposedly doing. What I do care about is what is going on with the shift. Tap into the energy. Bring us something back from what you have created, what you have witnessed in the spiritual realm through your quote, quote, dreams. You are supposed to be consciously and unconsciously creating, not following a fucking script that's thousands of years old. We keep fucking proving it to you that it's thousands of years old. Just like that one sister said, yeah, nothing new under the sun, because you niggas ain't created nothing new. So get real with yourself. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's going to be about. What is your vibratory spin running at? So, with that said, damn, y'all, we out of time. Damn, we be just, whoo, baby. We'll pick back up next week. I still ain't done with the Jacobites. I got to get back up in there so y'all can truly enter and understand who's who and see the fucking hustle and see where this shit is all the same. So, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
No, I'm just happy everybody was a part of it, and we had a great conversation.
Yeah, me too, sis. You really brought up some excellent points earlier, which you'll go ahead on with the fuckery.
And you know,
Absolutely.
it's just that we are sitting on the edge of something new. I'm looking for the new. I'm tired of the old games. I'm looking for the new.
I agree, sis. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah. How does it feel to see them tap into your power? Use your energy to bring about a new system that you care for, that you think is your way out. You think that you're finally about to be equal. In actuality, they'll have their equality because y'all both gonna be gone equally.
Right.
Love y'all.
All right, family. We're gonna be back next week. We definitely going to. I want to pick back up with the Jacobite stuff. And the reason I'm doing that again is to show you the direct parallels of what went on over in Europe and how the same pattern repeated itself over here in the Americas. And then we're going to get back into how the invention of the white race occurred. Okay, so both of these things go hand in hand, because the fall of that, the Jacobites or the Stuart Empire, was also the start of the decline of the rapid decline, rather, of the melanated kingdoms. All right, so YouTube family, I want to thank you all so much for tuning in, dropping a bunch of knowledge as usual in the comments. Love you all very much. We're going to be back next week. Of course, I gotta drop you off. Y'all can't hear the little music at the end. So peace and love, YouTube family. We'll be back next week.